Testing one, two, three. Testing one, two, three. This is the white mic. Oh yeah, if you could. So what? No, yeah, sorry, we're just testing. It'll be like a minute. Testing one, two, three. This is the red mic. Testing one, two, three. This is the green mic. This is the green mic. This is the red mic. Testing one, two, three. This is the white mic. Testing one, two, three.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's the first live stream of our Run Fast tour. We got the Blake group from Miami in the building, and we're going to jump things off with everybody's uncle, an inspiration of mine, a good friend of mine, Mr. Mitch Connor.
It is a blessing to be here this morning, and I just want to tell you how excited I am to be part of the Blake Group Sales Conference. You know, Doug has a very special place in my heart. All of his leaders are very close to me, and I am very, very thankful for all that they do to help make Senior Life who it is. And I'd like to ask you this morning, if you would, to just join your hearts and your minds with me as we go before God and ask His blessings upon this conference. If you would, bow your head and pray with me, please. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we bow before your throne of grace, and we thank you for your love and your mercy. And Father, we ask you to guide us and lead us in all that we do. We pray for your blessing upon today's sales conference. I pray that we would be open to receive the wisdom that you impart upon this conference. I pray, Father, that everything that is said and done would bring glory and honor to you. And Father, I pray that people would see you through our efforts here, and that they would see greater purpose in their lives as they put others first. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunities that you give us in life, and I pray that we would be a good steward of those opportunities and make the best of them, not only for our good, but for your glory. For it's in Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, Mr. Mitch Connor. This is an exciting time. We've got a lot of exciting things we're going to talk about today. We have some wonderful guest speakers in the building, and the whole point of this is to help bring you inspiration live from your office, from your home, wherever you're at right now. Things are crazy, 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 but we're able to do these events, and that's what's really awesome about what's going on. What we're going to do today is we're going to help you learn how to grow your business, and at the same time, we're going to tell you testimonials and stories to help inspire you. It's going to be a really awesome day. I can't wait to see everybody's going to be talking today. But first up, we have a really good person, a really awesome person. Now, we are filming, I believe, in HD. We're in 4K right now, but we're filming. It's in HD. It's going to be beautiful. So when you're looking at this person, his eyes are just so naturally blue in person that now it's going to be in HD, so you might get mesmerized, you might get hypnotized, and if you do, I apologize because it happens to me every day, so it might happen to you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Vice President, my brother, Mr. Robert Shiver.
Hey, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Thomas, for the introduction. I really appreciate all that you do. I also want to say thank you to our Senior Life team here, everybody that has worked several hours getting all this set up. I want to thank the Blake Group and everybody that's here today as well. I'm really looking forward to what we have today. Before we get to everybody that's a part of the Senior Life family, we have a special guest speaker today. This individual is somebody that I have known for more than half my life. He's somebody that has always inspired me. He's somebody that I have never seen in a bad mood. He is a Super Bowl champion. He works every single day with people on helping them build, develop, and grow from a mental aspect to a physical aspect. I've worked out with him several times, and he's made me throw up several times, pulling tires and running hills, and still telling me to don't stop and keep going. So a lot of my mental side of what I do every single day really was born through Danny Copeland and through his mission and his real testimony every single day. So I am honored and excited to get a chance to introduce who has become a great friend of mine, still a role model that I look up to every day, a man of God, and an incredible, incredible human being. He's one of the best men that I know. So please help me welcome Super Bowl champion, Mr. Danny Copeland. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Senior Life. It's a privilege, major, major privilege for me to be able to come and share in your conference. As I look around and have had a little bit of opportunity to speak with Robert this morning, seeing the themes for your conference and attitudes that you guys are going after things with, just right now it's got my heart just pumping. I'm a jock by heart, by nature, by training, and when I look around a business and see athletic themes, we're expressing the reality, the thought of running fast and staying hungry. It takes me back to being a little kid growing up in one of the small country towns here and not having a lot of, struggle to use the term privilege these days, but not having a lot afforded to me as a young wannabe football player. Football was all I wanted to do after maybe 4 or 5 years old, having opportunities to attend high school football here, and had an uncle who was a quarterback with one of the high school teams here in town. And he could flat out do it, man. And, I'd be in the stadium hearing his name called, and there was nothing in the world like hearing my name called as a 6-year-old, and then everybody's applauding. Everybody's clapping each time they say, Copeland, touchdown, Copeland on the carry. So I grew up wanting to hear that applause for myself. So I chased football forever, starting somewhere about 13 years old. Got an opportunity in middle school to get introduced to the game for real. We played sandlot football out in the country up until that point, but when I get introduced to the game for real, I struggled with everything from the outset. First thing you have to do as a peewee football player is put your pads in your pants. That doesn't sound like, it'd be a lot of challenge to that, but if you don't know, you don't know. So I was at a place where I didn't know. And for those guys that don't know to ask somebody else with the information, I chose to not do that. I tried to put them in myself and ended up being one of the guys that was laughed at, made fun of in the locker room. And just thinking back on that and what type of experience it was, well, I didn't learn from that experience a whole lot. I continued to try and go my own course as I moved into high school football. Wasn't learning very fast, wasn't learning very well, and I was probably what you might call a liability with our high school football team. Up to that point, it's probably a liability at every stage. We were 7th grade football. After I learned to put my pads in my pants, we were 0-5 for that season. The next season, we were 0-6. The next season, 9th grade, we were 1-6. We're improving, but not fast enough. So all in all, I wasn't personally improving very fast. Our team, again, wasn't improving very fast. But I came to a place as a wannabe where I realized I need to learn more about this game. Things just aren't going very well. So we happened to be in a PE class working through some of our offense and defense, and I'm on the field. I was actually a starter with that bunch, but that's not to say, again, very much for our team. But I was a starter. I was a cornerback. And we're in the huddle, and our safety makes a play call. And with that play call, I had come to a place of just being frustrated that I didn't know enough, and I'm not growing fast enough. I wanted to be a professional football player. And at this point, I'm not a very good 9th grade football player. But all in all, I turned to the safety and I asked him on the play call, "What did you say?" And so he repeated the call to me. And I said, "Bain, what does that mean?" And so he tried to explain to me really quickly as the offense was coming to the line of scrimmage, getting ready to run a play. He's tried to explain to me what the call was all about, and then he said, timeout, stop. And he motioned to the coach, and he said, "Coach Higgins, Danny doesn't know the play." And our coach starts to walk out on the field, and he says, "Son, what don't you understand?" And I said, I was really frustrated at that point. I said, "Coach Higgins, I don't understand any of this stuff." And he said, "Well, hold on a second." So he began to explain to me, point by point, what the defensive call was. What of that applied to me? What of that applied to other people? How do we execute this thing? What are my personal responsibilities? And it got so exciting when he took the time as a coach, as a mentor, to break this thing down for me, help me understand the script that we're supposed to be running. And then it got to a place where he said, Okay, now, this is a man-to-man defense. That means you have this guy one-on-one. He's your responsibility. Don't let him catch the football. Well, the guy that he pointed to happened to be my best friend, and he happened to be probably the guy that I competed most in the world against. In everything that we did, we competed. But I can remember looking at Rob Farmer and thinking, he can't beat me. So it's a thing that had been a chore for me up to that point. And again, we're talking 3 years of struggle. Getting to that point where I give myself to listening to leadership. And then as a mentor, he takes the time, stops the presses, and says, okay, this is what is. This is how you follow. This is how you can be successful. It was such a blessing. And again, it's been a blessing to this point. Well, I go on for the next couple of years in high school, really trying to learn more of what do I need to be able to at some point climb the whole mountain. I was just excited about now I've got these newfound treasures because I understand more of the game and I can play this game out. But what do the big dogs do? There's a guy at the University of Georgia at the time, a guy named Herschel Walker. And, it's kind of have this running thing with Auburn people. They also had a running back during that time by the name of Bo Jackson. And, there's a question still kind of looming in some people's hearts. Who was better, Bo or Herschel? And Herschel happened to be from Georgia. He was playing for Georgia. Herschel was better than Bo. But this is my experience firsthand with Herschel Walker. I'm in Kansas City, and talk about running scripts. I am given as a professional football player now, I've kind of gotten over the hump, made it into the big show, if you will. And I'm a third down, what they call a dime back. I'm a coverage linebacker. And my responsibility is to cover Herschel Walker on short routes. I'm told by the greatest daddy coach probably in the history of coaching, Tony Dungy, to stay to the outside of this guy and make sure he doesn't get outside of me on a 3-yard route, catch the ball, and make a first down. I'm laughing now because, needless to say, I didn't do that. Kind of went on my own program. I was actually, first of all, I'm awestruck that this is Herschel Walker from the University of Georgia, maybe the best running back in the history of football, and I'm getting to cover him on third down. And again, I'm probably like a 13-year-old cheerleader at that point, but ball snapped. I don't stay to the outside of Herschel. Ironically, it was a 2-yard third down play. He catches the ball for 3 yards, first down, and I think it might be the only time I've ever heard Tony Dungy cuss. He let me have it on that play, but the real long and short of it, the skinny of it is, all I had to do was stay right in the position that the coach had told me that he was going to run the route to me. He's going to bring it to me. Stay in it, be patient, run the script. And again, I'm lost. I'm somewhere else and got to a place within that route where I'm trying to recover and make up some ground after I've already been beaten. At that point, that play is too late. But again, one of those things you learn from. Kind of last story in regards to that, I'm at Kansas City, had become a pretty good special teams player. Okay, great special teams player. Didn't get to play a whole lot of defense, but my whole deal was kickoff coverage. I had learned to run fast. I wasn't a very fast athlete as a kid. That was one of those places that I had a big deficiency. Learned to study mechanics through reading books, watching videos, and now again I'm a second-year player at Kansas City, and I'm doing pretty well in this whole special teams game. All in all, I had become one of those guys that was really hard to block on the kickoff coverage. And when you're playing the game, one of the most exciting places in the game itself is being able to cover a kick. as a kickoff coverage guy because that's where you build the momentum. You know, that's where everybody gets excited on that, usually the first play of the game. Well, all in all, I had become almost unblockable playing my position as a coverage guy. And I started to kind of take that position and opposition, guys on the other side of the line of scrimmage, for granted. Kind of gotten inside of myself and got to a place where I maybe run the script, maybe maintain a lane and do what I wanted to do, but I got into a place, or what I needed to do. Unfortunately, I got to a place where I started to do more of what I personally wanted to do because they can't block me. We're playing San Diego Chargers, and San Diego had put a young man in a position, one of their first-round draft choices, in position to block me on kickoff coverage. And I remember Kurt Schottenheimer, who was our special teams coach at the time, saying, hey, you got to be careful of this guy. He's a first-round draft choice. He's a really good athlete. I said, man, nobody blocks me on kickoff coverage. And you're telling me a rookie is going to, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, right. So we go down on the very first kickoff coverage. I'm pumped, and I'm super pumped because there's a rookie on the other side that I've got to go teach a lesson. And then I kind of got to teach my coaches a lesson because it sounds like you're second-guessing me at this point. So I'm running down. I am full speed, and I'm going to put a move on this rookie and leave him standing, and then, boom, I'm going to dart off, go make the play on the ball carrier. And I ran into this guy, and again, I just took things for granted because this is what I worked myself to a place of being able to do. So I would run right up to a big guy because I'm a little bit smaller than most of the backline blockers, and I'd dart away from that guy. Most of the time, as far as the game goes, probably serve as a little bit of embarrassment for that guy that missed the block. And I stepped into this guy, and he grabbed my jersey and jacked me up, and next thing you know, I'm doing this number, and Junior Seau picked me up off the ground, and my feet were dangling. And there's nothing in the world like not only being inside yourself, then not doing what you're supposed to, and unfortunately causing maybe more challenge for everybody else that was supposed to be covering in lanes beside me because I'm totally no good for my team at this point. Just one of those things, one of those lessons you learn. But again, what I got to learn in graduating from Cleveland to Kansas City to eventually Washington and being with a Super Bowl champion is the understanding that we might not be the most gifted. We might not be the guys that you're going to line up and say, man for man, talent for talent, we can go and mow other people down. Robert was just sharing with me, again, as we were talking earlier, about this theme coming from the Philadelphia Eagles when they won the Super Bowl. It's kind of the same. You know, you get into those environments where guys are really hungry, and we might not have the measurements of everybody else. Kind of tit for tat, man for man. We might not. As a matter of fact, when I first went to Washington as a free agent, I kind of looked the team over. It's kind of what we do. Kind of looked the team over, and I thought, you know, if we ever play Kansas City, they probably line up man for man, and they'll beat us. They were that talented. I didn't see that in Washington. But man, oh man, was I in for a big surprise. What I got the first day that I was at a practice in Washington was Clarence Vaughn, who was the backup safety, came over, parked himself right beside me, and began to teach me his position. I I thought, man, this is odd. Dude is teaching me his position. I'm brought in to replace him. Does he know? Is he crazy? What's he doing? Clarence Vaughn just began to share with me what I needed to be successful as a part of the Washington team. I'd never seen that before. All my life, as far as games and being a part of teams, you had to come in and pretty much fend for yourself, show your worth, and maybe somebody shows up, somebody other than a coach, to help encourage you. Clarence Vaughn, who, again, played the same position as I played, is standing beside me, telling me what to expect next as we're watching our first teamers, Alvin Walton, who was one of the best safeties in the league at the time, was the number one safety. So we're kind of in position to fight it out for number two. And here's number two telling number three, make sure you're prepared to see this and do this. And I'm going, wow, man, this is different. This is crazy. Well, eventually I find out that Clarence Vaughn had no fear of losing a position. Clarence Vaughn had, as a young Christian, had more of a fear of losing me as a teammate. He had an opportunity to pour into my life as a man, and he seized that opportunity. So I end up making the Washington football team. Clarence Vaughn doesn't get to make the Washington football team. Alvin Walton is the starter. We play through 2 games. Then in the third game, we're Monday Night Football. We're playing Dallas in Dallas. And, oh, man, I'm sorry. These things start going through my head. Cowpokes, Cowboys, I'm sorry. So I apologize. What's in a name these days? Does Washington still have a name? We'll see. I'm sorry. This stuff just jumps in my brain like that. But all in all, we have this opportunity to play Dallas on a Monday night football game. And up to that point, I was just totally not comfortable with learning process in Washington. Another thing that I wasn't comfortable with was these guys were so welcoming. Veterans on the team they worked their butts off to prepare younger guys like myself. And again, it was different. That's my first 2 stops, Cleveland, Kansas City. I had a couple of friends on the team, but as far as my position went, again, that just wasn't going to happen. So I'm at a place where I'm trying to receive this as much I'm trying to fit in. Can I do this for other people? I don't have enough stuff. Am I learning fast enough to really be an integral part of this team? Because they win here. So down in Dallas, I'm actually wondering throughout the week, I've played the special teams, and I think I'm pretty good at it at this point, but every player wants to be a starter. Everybody that has the opportunity to put on the uniform would like to be a frontline first guy to go out. And that wasn't happening for me yet. And I just began to question, it's 2 teams at this point. This is my 3rd team. Am I even good enough at this point to be able to go out and play during regular downs? The coaches trust me enough to be able to do that. So we're going back and forth in the first half with Dallas. They got a young team. They got some wimp named Aikman's throwing the football, and another little dude named Smith, Emmett Smith, I think was his name. They did pretty good. But at this point, they're actually leading the football game. They score, right? Emmett runs into Alvin Walton. And please hear me, Alvin Walton was a killer. Alvin Walton was the type of guy that runs into walls and turns around on the other side of the wall with a stack of bricks in his arms and said, Coach, what do I do with this? He was that type of football player. Well, Emmett crosses the goal line, and he runs into Alvin, and it's nothing more than just like a little butt up 2 yards deep in the end zone, and Alvin starts to walk off, and he's holding his shoulder down, shoulders hanging down. I'm looking at that, and then I turn, it's time for the special teamers to go out and receive this kickoff. And then all of a sudden I hear, Walton's down, Walton's down. It's Walton's down. I had become so accustomed to not playing regular downs with my first two teams. These were my thoughts. Walton's down. Oh, they'll get somebody. I'm his backup. Excuse me. But I was so accustomed at that point to being overlooked. I wasn't prepared to go in and play defense. So Richie Pettibone was our defensive coordinator. Pettibone was 6'5", about 275, 280. Came and stood this close to me, towered over me, and I'm looking up and I'm thinking, what in the world is this man doing? Why are you going to step on my feet? So he says, Walton's down, you ready? What are you talking about? Man, this ain't no time for no joke. My lips didn't move, but I'm saying that inside my head. You have to see this picture. Again, when I say I've been looked over a little bit, maybe I've been looked over a lot of bit. See, the first safety went down in Kansas City the year before. And I made sure I went and stood right in front of the head coach so that he wouldn't miss me, so that he puts me in the game, because I thought it was time. Year removed, I've kind of gotten comfortable with things not working as well with that part of the game. Yeah, I was really content with play out another season maybe, get back to the country, get me some chickens, whatever. So at this point, here's a guy right up close and personal. I didn't go find him. He came and found me, and he says, are you ready? I can't tell him no. At that point, I can't say, no, sir, Mr. Boss, I'm not ready to do it. Yes, I'm ready. He stepped away from me. I stepped out on the field to get ready for the kickoff return, and I'm thinking at that point, Lord Jesus, you know I can't play no football. This is wrong. How you gonna put me in a position like this? This Dallas week, you know, Redskins in Dallas, oh my goodness, I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna mess it up for the world. I probably prayed the most that I had prayed since I had been on planet Earth at that point. But it kind of turned from I didn't want to do it to, I really don't want to mess it up. Unfortunately, that part stuck with me for the whole second half of that game, and so I was a little slow reacting on even the things that I knew, even the things that I had learned and was prepared for. I was a little slow reacting. But here's the deal. We had scripts. Every Wednesday, we're getting a playbook. We're getting a scouting report on the other team. We're getting a fresh new playbook that we're going to execute against this team, that opponent for the week. And I studied and studied and studied and worked my butt off to prepare myself so that feeling that I got in that Monday night game down in Dallas, in case you guys are keeping score and you can't go back to it, we whooped them. But anyway, but here's the deal. Learning to run the script. How Junior Seau ended up being one of the absolute best football players to ever enter the National Football League. Did I help in that? Well, I had a little part in it. But the beauty of it was learning to not take any assignment for granted. Take what you're given, learn the script, work it out. So we get into our Super Bowl situation. We're playing Buffalo Bills. Buffalo had lost, I think, 2 at that time. No, they had lost one at that time. And so we would be the second team to actually win a Super Bowl against the Buffalo Bills. Here was the thing that was so meaningful for me, probably for the rest of my time on the planet also, was going through preparation for this game. We had, throughout the season, it really worked to take care of our team, take care of our players. You don't hit running backs at practice. You don't hit wide receivers. Make sure, again, we allow those guys to make their plays, and it's just about mentally getting yourself prepared to go out and execute. Super Bowl week, something different came from somewhere in the same veterans that were really cautious about taking care of each other and taking care of our especially key players. These guys all of a sudden were passing licks, man. It's like all of a sudden we're in a war zone. The intensity of the thing just got ratcheted up. And again, coming into it and having really never won a whole lot until I'm with these guys, and it's almost like we have to really screw something up to lose a game. But now, here's the deal: we got an opportunity to win the to win the world championship, and there's this intensity that just totally overwhelms the whole environment, and we're smacking each other around, and it's one of those things where you go, okay, so is this? These guys have been here before. They've won championships. They've sat at the top of the mountain. They've climbed that thing, and they know how to get back to it. And it really just set all the questions I had about, whether or not we're taking a chance on hurting somebody. Is this, is it too risky? I had asked absolutely nobody that. But I realized I'm with a group of veterans and a group of coaches who have been here, who've done that, and if this is what it takes, this is what we do. I don't have to try and give cues and keys right here. I get to receive it from what's been proven to be some of the absolute best in the world. I messed myself up last night. I went on to Senior Life website, and I started watching videos. And Kiki, I already know who you are. I saw you last night. Yeah. It was fun sitting there and being able to receive the excitement that comes with success. And I'm just receiving it from a video. And I'm thinking, oh, my goodness, man, I'm going into the Lions tomorrow. These guys, but again, I realize as much as could be communicated through you guys speaking, was you have scripts. Mentors are set. Leadership is set. That's not a question why we're winning. We're doing the things that we're supposed to do when we're supposed to do it. It's paying big dividends. So I was here a couple of years ago, and I was as excited because I really felt like I got to be a part for a moment of this thing that's on the rise, and listening to everybody, and then seeing the enthusiasm of the agents and realizing, I was told by one of my last coaches, because I started to drift a little bit as I grew more comfortable doing the things I was doing as a professional. I'm a 3-year starter in Washington at this point. And I made a decision in my mind that in regards to a game plan that I was looking at, I can play this out better than the guy that they had in the position. We can put this guy in another position, and I'd be the hero. I didn't say it like that, but that was where I was. That was where I had drifted. Emmett Thomas, who's a Hall of Fame coach and Hall of Fame player right now, was my position coach. And Emmett says to me, He says, Copeland, how long do you want to play this game? And I thought, okay, another one of those coaching mind problems he's throwing at me. Let me give that some thought. No, I said, I want to play for a long time. And he says, do what they tell you. Yeah. He said, if you do what they tell you, you'll be successful. You'll be here for a long time. Senior Life, as you guys continue to run your scripts that have led to success after success after success, and is going to continue leading you guys into more successes. I want to encourage you, run the play. Every opportunity you get, run the play. We're at a challenged time right now, globally. We're at a very, very challenged place in history. And personally, as I look at it, and again, as I'm looking at you guys as an organization, last night I couldn't help but think, but once we climb to the top of that mountain, what do we do with it? Because you're headed to the top. If you're not already at the top, you guys are headed to the top. That's exciting. Question now, who are we when we get to the top? Will we be this same group of people? Will you maintain this same family environment? Will you guys make a statement on the world right now that unfortunately, this thing is so upside down as far as relationships? What you've learned as life on the planet is all about relationships. Who can I sow into? Who can I bless? Who can I encourage? I wanted to be I'm this size. I wanted to be a football toter, man. I'm just wanting to tote that thing. I want to tote it with Bo and Herschel and all the old heads from back in the day, and wanted to be one of those guys. Never got an opportunity to do that as a professional football player. But I want to encourage you guys, none of you have ever done that as a professional football player. But what we can do as men and women is we can all tote encouragement. We can all tote blessings. We can all tote the things necessary to build up the people around us. And as I close, I want us to think about this at least a little bit. I think I told you 2 years ago I'm a Christian. I didn't want to leave you guys trying to figure that out. But I am left with Matthew 22 in my mind and heart. And this will be familiar for a lot of you, but Jesus is asked, Lord, what's the greatest of the commandments? It's just a lot of stuff here. What's the greatest of the commandments? And he says, love me with everything you got. And love your neighbor as yourself. That's the excitement, gang, for me to be able to come and be at least momentarily a part of, and then to see that as you guys maintain family, let that thing spill over. Continue to bless the world around you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Danny Copeland, local legend, Super Bowl champ. Once again, we have the Blake group in the building, and I guess they're afraid to clap and laugh. They're supposed to be one of the livest agencies we have. I swear to God, it sounded like we were in a library. But Danny Copeland is an amazing person. He is definitely an inspiration to us all. He talked a lot about his religion and Christianity, and then Robert Shiver actually showed me some videos of Danny knocking the soul out of people's bodies. So, super nice guy, but if you play against him, it might get a little rough. But Danny, we appreciate you for coming out and sharing your inspiration. We're going to keep the show going. Real quick, I do have a couple of shout-outs. We had Stephanie Stringer, Tammy Nixon, and John McBride all put comments in the comment section on the video. Now, if you're watching the video from home right now, from your office, go ahead, drop some stuff in the comment section. If you have questions or comments you want to make today, go ahead and do that. We have a lot of great guests today, so they may even be able to answer some of your questions, all right? So if you want to get something answered, go ahead right now, drop it in the comment section. But we're going to keep the show moving. Our next guest is the person that helped us put this all together. The reason that we're here today, he is an amazing human being, just an incredible RVP and leader, and I'm very fortunate and blessed to also refer to him as my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of the Blake Group, RVP, Mr. Doug Blake.
Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate everybody tuning in here on this, I like to say, epic moment here for us at the Blake Group in Senior Life. You know, this is something that we threw together at the last minute. You know, as a lot of you guys all know, we had planned on coming up here to Thomasville, Georgia, with around about 150 people, and last minute, with everything that just kind of changing with this pandemic, we switched gears and we went totally virtual. And we have Kent and Thomas and all the home office staff to thank for really putting this all together. So I do also too like to thank Danny Copeland. Thank you so much, Danny, for coming on out and being part of this. I got a chance to hear from you a couple of different times, and every single time the message is just amazing. Really got me thinking today about a lot of different things, you know, Danny's vision and just some of the stuff that he was discussing. Yes, I got some notes. You know, it's a little bit different here when there's no crowd out here, but, you know, hopefully today I can, you know, share with you a little bit about my story, because that's really what today is all about, is stories and journeys. And everybody that you're going to hear from today is, in my opinion, at a little bit of a different stage in their journey, you know, and I hope that some of these people's stories, somewhat throughout the journey, you guys can identify, and girls, where you're at in life and where you're at as what you're looking for success. So, you know, real quick, I just do want to give a little state of the Blake Group. We are currently having our best year ever in agency history. We've already issued more production this year than we did all of last year, okay? And that's a testament to every single agent that is part of our organization, because we can't do it without every single one of you. In the last couple of years, we've had the honor of having people that call themselves the #1 agent in the entire country, part of our team. The #1 agency, most production written in 1 week. Our team holds a lot of records, and it's just an amazing, dynamic, amazing group of people that I get blessed to work with every single day. And again, I can't do it without each and every one of you guys, and I'm so appreciative that everybody is home virtually watching this. So as we kind of, again, go through all these stories here today, you know, think about where you are on your journey. And, you know, one message that I can give you before we get into everything is to stick with it. Stay, you know, in the words of Mitch Connor, relentlessly focused on whatever it is that your goal is. And I promise you, if you do, you will ultimately find the success that you're looking for. So, you know, we do have a little bit of a problem here at the Blake Group in Senior Life. And I think it's one of the best problems to ever have in business is, folks, we got so many people calling our TV commercials, so many people responding to all of our advertisements, and we don't have enough people to call those people up. I mean, is that not the best problem in the world to have? You know? And throughout this whole pandemic, guys, our company, if I'm not mistaken, Robert, have the best 3 months of company history ever in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. If that doesn't speak volumes that you're at the right place at the right time, I don't know what does, you know? So, guys, we need more of you. You know, I want more people up here holding this microphone, okay? So in order for me to really kind of give you an insight of where I came from, I think I just maybe like to just start at the beginning, okay? I was born in New Jersey. My wife always makes fun of me because every time I come to Thomasville, Georgia, I get a little bit of a country twang in my talk. It's not intentional, but when you get around good people like this, you kind of maybe want to be like them. It just comes out. I don't know why, but I'm not from Georgia. I am from New Jersey. I was born in 1980, and actually, surprisingly enough, I grew up a very, very shy and introverted person. You know, doing some of the things that I do nowadays and hosting conference calls and, being the guy with the microphone on stage. In the beginning it was very, very hard for me. I did not grow up this way. Knocking on people's doors was extremely hard for me. I mean, this all came out of just like, I know what I got to do and I got to do it. So, I wasn't born having courage to, get up on and be the one in the spotlight and say. So I grew up a very introverted and very shy person. One thing is, I was never deprived anything either as a kid. I did not grow up rich by any means, okay? But my parents, they work really, really hard for every single thing, and every single thing that I needed as a child, and really everything that I wanted within reason, I got, and I got it through hard work. So growing up, all I saw was my parents working hard every single day. Mother working midnight shifts to, so she could be home when I get home from school. And, my dad doing side hustles. I remember going as a kid with my father on Saturdays, teaching me how to weld and doing some side jobs with him. So my father was always a hustler, always had a side job going on, always, doing whatever it takes to provide for his family. So just because, he hustled, then naturally just kind of I hustled, My first job, surprise, it's like a little gnat flying on my head, guys, sorry about that. But my first job was actually door-to-door. Funny enough, I was, I think in my day, a debit agent, and I didn't even realize it. So what was I? I was a paper boy. I deliver papers and I collect cash. That was my first job. I was about 12 years old when I got a paper route. I'd go out there in the freezing cold, and I remember some people would let me in their house and they had the heat on because I was out there freezing my tail off, delivering a newspaper and collecting quarters and dimes and nickels from people and stuff like that. So that was my first introduction to really sales and going out there in the workplace. I was a young man, I always wanted stuff, though. I wouldn't say I envied people that had a lot of success and had a lot of money, but I definitely want what a lot of them had. I wanted that sex. I wanted that freedom that came along with success. So my first real job, I'll never forget, my neighbor Andy started working at McDonald's. And he saved enough money when he was a little kid. He actually bought a 69 Camaro. I'm like, that's what you made, like, you're just a little kid. He wasn't even have his driver's license yet, and he bought a car. I'm like, this is cool. I want that too. So my first job, I had to wait till I was 14 so they could legally hire me. So my first job was McDonald's, and it was just kind of crazy. So, I mean, I did a lot of different things. I was a carpenter. I built homes. I built decks. I made pizzas. I was a cashier. I was a busboy. I was a waiter. I was a lot of different things growing up. I always had a full-time job. Even when I was going to college, I worked full-time and I commuted to school. I wasn't like a lot of my friends that, stayed in the dorms and lived off their parents. That just wasn't me. I probably could have do it if I really wanted to, but I didn't. I wanted to have a job. I kind of, to a crazy degree, I liked having bills. They kept me in check, So, but most of all growing up, I was definitely a shortcut looker, right, and a master procrastinator. I was the guy that waited till the last minute to get stuff done and always searched for the easy way out. I don't know why. I was one of them people that thought, like, getting rich quick was a real thing. And all these people that were rich, they just got lucky or it just happened overnight. I think a lot of people, that's the way that we think. People get rich because they're lucky. They had some help or they inherited it, but it's just quite the opposite. And I learned a lot of these lessons throughout life, and I'll get to that. So I graduated high school in 1998. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but business sounded pretty cool. So I went to a county college to get my business administration degree. I went to get my associate's degree first. Now, if you guys those that don't know, maybe you all do, but associate's degree is only supposed to take you 2 years. It took me 4 years in a summer class. I had a lot of fun. I worked a lot. And if it wasn't for meeting my wife, Rosa, the love of my life, I probably still would be taking those college classes. She got my butt in gear. She encouraged me to finish. She encouraged me to go on to get my 4-year degree. When I got my associate's degree, after that 4 years in one summer class, I finished the remainder, got my bachelor's in finance, and I minored in economics. Now, that sounds all good and great. The economics minor came from taking one extra elective. It's just the way that it works. I know nothing about economics, hardly. But I grew up, in college, when I majored in finance, I wanted to be a stockbroker on Wall Street. You know, I wanted to walk past that bull and the bear statue every single morning, you know, Wall Street. That's what I wanted. And, you know, what kind of is crazy is 20 years later, you know, I pay somebody to do my tax or do my finances for me, you know, which is kind of, that's what I want it to be, you know, and that didn't quite happen, but, you know, everything kind of just happens for a reason. And after I graduated college, I was interviewing on some jobs, and I never forget this one interview I had. It was with this lady who was in Red Bank, New Jersey. That's kind of like a little financial district up in Jersey, and it was for a finance job. She told me I had to go ahead and get my insurance license. That's like the first step into the finance world. You know, no salary, no nothing, just commission. I'm like, I don't want that. I mean, that's crazy talk, you know. I got a degree now. I should be getting paid 60, 70, 80, $100,000 a year, right? That's what's supposed to happen, you know. So I went on a couple interviews, and I didn't get a job. And I was wanting to ask Rosa, my wife, girlfriend at the time, to marry me. So when I asked her father his permission, you know, which was kind of crazy, he said yes before I think I finished asking. You know, he was ready to give that financial burden over to me. So I asked her to marry me, and they were moving to Florida, my wife's family. And I remember I was 24 years old, 23, 24 years old, and I didn't have a job. She wanted to move to Florida. I said, well, why not? Let's go. So we packed up, we left. Her father made me a partner in his mortgage company, you know, and I was blessed to be there. And I thought, okay, cool, we're going to go down to Florida, and I'm just going to kill it. I'm going to make a ton of money. I'm going to be, you know, he's doing really well, so he's going to make me his partner, so this is just going to be easy. So I get there, my first couple of weeks, I was doing like literally data entry. I was inputting all these people's names into this like system. I don't even know why I was doing it. It was like, this is dummy work for me. I don't understand why I was doing it. So I finally got through all that stuff. He moved down a little bit after us, and he's like, okay, well now you got this, you got to hit the road. You got to go find realtors, right, to refer us people to do mortgages for. Right? So I started hitting the road. I was so nervous because now I'm knocking on doors. And this was kind of my first little introduction to this business, not even knowing. You know, so I started knocking on these doors of these realtors, trying to get in, trying to get past that secretary, trying to get past that first line of defense, right? And it was really, really hard. Nobody wanted to talk to me. Nobody wanted to give me the time of the day. I had no experience. I had no, like, portfolio to show them. I hardly even knew what the heck I was talking about, you know? So the few people that I was able to actually sit down and talk with, they were all mortgage brokers. Like back in the day when the real estate boom was happening, every realtor was a mortgage broker and every mortgage broker was a realtor. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm a new kid in town. I don't know anybody. Every real estate office that I go to, they're already licensed to do what I'm asking them for me to do for them. Why would they give me any business? So I'm like, okay, well, here's my first problem. You know, now I got to figure out what I got to do. You know, I gotta adjust. I'm not just going to walk away from this business. You know, this is what I'm going to do. So I adjusted. So what did I do? I started hiring these people as loan originators, as mortgage brokers to work for me. You know, and I aligned myself with these banks that, you know, had really, really great rates, and I helped along with the processing. And instead of trying to get them to give me the business, I hired them to keep the business with themselves. I'd help them with the processing of the stuff, and I started recruiting, okay? I got up to probably about 50 or 60 loan officers that worked for me at the time. You know, I was recruiting. I didn't even realize that all this stuff that I was doing over all these years would help me with so much that I'm doing here today. So, you know, we started doing really, really well. I remember Googling, I have $100,000 in the bank and I'm 25. What do? That was like, I don't know why, but it always stood out. Like I was doing really, really well. I had a deposit slip that I always saved. I deposited $60,000 in 1 month in a check that I got from my father-in-law for the commissions that I made that 1 month. And I was like 24, 25 years old. And I saved that. And I used to have it like saved on my computer. And the biggest problem that I had is I kept looking at it. And I kept holding on to that past, that I literally was not paying attention to the future. Like I literally found myself saying, like, man, life was supposed to be hard. That was easy. Like I really felt like I made it. Like that was it. Like I was set for life. And I was holding on to that past. I was holding on to that 1 month. And I let myself down because I stopped evolving. I stopped growing. You know, I tried to hold on to the real estate business for as long as I could. And as you guys all know, the market crashed. I lost 2 homes, 3 homes, cars, friends. You know, I tried to get into loan modifications. I tried to get into credit repair. I mean, I was scrambling, trying to do anything and everything to make a buck. And one of my old friends that he was actually a representative for one of the banks that I work for had gotten his insurance license. And he invited me to sit down with this group. And I sat down with this group, and I'm like, okay, cool, I could do this. And I remember back in the day, there was that one lady that told me I had to get my insurance license to start. That was the first step into being like a financial advisor. So I said, okay, let me go check, let me go do that. And got my insurance license. I'm going through the course, and they start talking about Medicare, Medicaid, and all these long-term care insurance and disability insurance, all these different types of insurance. And I'm like, man, this is so cool. I'm going to sit down with somebody, and I'm going to sell them health insurance, life insurance, and I was going to do it all. Like, I had it all figured out. I was going to go sit down with this guy, and I was going to sell him 5 or 6 policies, and life was going to be easy. But again, kind of a similar problem that I had when I first got into the mortgage and real estate business is I didn't know anybody. You know, I had no leads. And I remember I said our biggest problem right now is that we have too many leads and not enough people to work them, right? So I was in the total opposite position. All I wanted to do was work, and I had nobody to talk to. And I think that's another big problem with a lot of people today is that they do spend too much time prospecting. We don't spend enough time selling, and they get out of the business before they even really get in because they have no one to talk to. So I, was trying to find my way in the insurance business, and I might have wrote a policy or 2. One of them was on myself, I didn't really have a lot of success at all. I was part of this networking group that was, trying to give me some business, but I had no credibility because I didn't even know what I was doing, So this guy tells me, he goes, Doug, I just got set up with this company. They'll pay you the next day, and they got leads. Okay. This is my introduction to Final Expense, 10 years ago in 2010. And I said, okay, well, I'm in. Let's do it. Let's do it. They got people to talk to. They'll pay me the next day. I knew I can hustle. I can go make it happen. So, I came in, and I was with this one particular agency, and this one agency was going to work with this company, and everybody was going at the same time. There was 40 or 50 people all at one shot, was contracted overnight. And the group was so big that I was never trained. I fell by the wayside because why? I never really wrote any policies at all. So I wasn't on their priority list. Everybody else was. That was with them for years. I mean, that's who they trained first, right? So I never really got formally trained. So I went on, and I just had to figure it out. I just went out there. I grabbed leads. I went to work. I'll never forget, it was December of 2010. And I'm out there for the first time working leads. And all these people are telling me, Doug, just, this is all great, but, New Year's is coming up, and, it'll be better then, so just give me a call then. And everybody I was talking to kept pushing everything off for the new year, And I just kept believing them, like, this is the way it's, okay, cool, man. January, I'm going to get paid, man. I can't wait. All these people are telling me that, they're going to get back to me, and I'm going to write them a policy in January. And not one person answered the phone or the door for me. And I'm like, man, what the heck? And I always say that I was dumb enough and smart enough all at the same time to stick with it. I kept seeing all these people that I knew that were not better than me, or I was just as good as them, I would say, And they were doing it. They were killing it. They were making so much money. And they kept telling me, here's what I do, Doug. I'd go to the door. I do this. I do that. Just like Danny says, that they had the script. And I was doing everything in my power to fight it because I was trying to do it my own way. So I finally followed it. And I was up in New Jersey. I always go up home usually for Father's Day in June. And I'm like, okay, when I get back, I don't know, I had some type of aha moment up there. I got excited. And I said, I'm going to get some leads when I get back, and I'm going to do this. So I put my lead order in, and my manager at the time says, Doug, well, your lead debt's too high. I can't finance you any leads. So if you want leads, you're going to have to pay on a credit card. And without even hesitation, I took out my credit card. I bought some leads. I got back. It took me, when I started, to about a year passed until I actually wrote my first month of $10,000 of production. And we got people in our group now writing twice or 3 times that amount in a week now. It took me a whole year to do that in a whole month, right? And all along the way, I was learning, and I was getting my teeth kicked in and just making sure that I was better one day than the next day, you know? And it took a lot. You know, my wife kind of calls it the dark ages, you know, and I think Kent is going to talk to her and us a little bit about that in a day or two. But, you know, I would leave her early in the morning. I'd come home late at night. And I come home, and I was a little bit grumpy from not making a sale sometimes. And I just kept sticking with it and kept sticking with it and kept sticking with it. And I would just get better and get better. And a lot of the struggles that everybody's going through on a day-to-day basis, I mean, I've been through all of them. And I just kept sticking with it. I had that relentless focus of never giving up on the process and never giving up on the system. And my first full calendar year with that company, I made 6 figures. Not much over 6 figures, but I made 6 figures. And I started catching my stride. And then I realized that I wanted to grow and build a team. You know, I liked the fact that these guys drove these fancy cars and had these huge homes and nice watches and, you know, and all that stuff and had these enormous teams, and I wanted that. But the opportunity that I was given at my previous company did not allow me to build the type of team that I was wanting to build. There wasn't enough room. I was so far down the line in somebody's downline that it would literally be an act of God to allow me to move up in the ranks. So I remember my previous company always talking really bad about Senior Life and Ron Powell. And they kept saying it and kept saying it and kept saying it and kept saying it. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me that there's this insurance company and this man, why are they talking so bad about this guy and this company? It doesn't make sense. It's like, it made me curious that I gotta seek this out for myself. So I remember I always got some correspondence from Ron, some emails, some letters in the mail. And one day I'm driving around, it's back in probably the summer of 2013. I'm driving around in my car. You know, again, I'm making okay money, but I'm not happy. I'm nowhere where I want to be. I was kind of somewhat over it. I was at a crossroad. I was either going to get out of the business or I needed to go somewhere else. So I had this letter from Ron Powell on what I call the little visor in my car, and it was sitting there for a couple of weeks. And I'm driving around. I said, you know what? I'm going to call this man. Just there's got to be something out there. I mean, these guys are offering all these big renewals and all these extra tools and all these bigger contracts and all this other stuff. And I'm sitting here stuck, like feeling sorry for myself, you know, stuck in this opportunity. So I picked up the phone and I called Ron. It had his cell phone number on there. And I called him up. He didn't answer. I left a voicemail. And I remember thinking, like, well, that was, why would he answer the phone? He's the president of an insurance company. You know, who am I to think that he would even answer the phone? So I went on, kept going to my homes that I was going to see people at, and my phone rang, and I saw this 229 number come up, and I said, oh, my God, that must be Ron. So he called, and we talked for probably about an hour or two, you know, and we hit it off. You know, I really liked the feeling that I got in talking to him. It was really easy to talk to. He flew on down to Florida a few weeks after that. We spent a couple of days together. You know, I was really nervous to meet him. You know, I'll never forget I was sitting there, and those of you that know Ron, you know, he's paralyzed from the waist down, and he's always got to keep switching sides. And he times it sometimes. He actually sets his phone with a timer. And I remember peeking over at the phone, and I see this little dial going, and in my head I'm thinking, what did I just do? Like, my previous company, they're probably going to fire me. They know I'm talking to this guy. He's recording me, isn't he? And that's what I thought was going through my mind. And I kept looking at it. He goes, Doug, do you think I'm recording you? And I said, yeah, I think you do. I think you are. And he goes, no, man. He goes, I got to keep switching sides for, like, blood flow purposes and stuff. I'm like, oh, my God. You know, but that's, like, all the fear that I had from this previous company, that if you talk to Ron Powell or Senior Life, like, your day here is done. It's over. So I was so nervous going in and talking to him. We hit it off. You know, make a long story short, I started working for Senior Life in really August of 2013, but I asked Ron if he could not formally hire me until September so I can get my one last little pay through month-end check, you know. And I remember driving around in my car. Ron was encouraging me to keep writing business. Don't stop. You got to feed your family. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. And you know, I had all the boxes, Senior Life stuff in there. I got that one last pay through. I called my previous company. I resigned, and I started working for Senior Life. And that was September of 2013. By far, guys, the best decision that I've ever made in my life was to come work for this company. I became the #1 regional vice president with Senior Life Insurance Company by my second year. Was also with my third year. You know, have grown tremendously. I have an amazing support system from the home office. You know, they give me all the tools. I won a Jeep, a Rolex, part of the Millionaires Club. You know, but most importantly, guys, you know, I'm part of the Senior Life family. And now we have such an amazing group, you know, new friends, new family. And, man, what a journey. And I know it's just getting started. And I'm so excited for what the future brings, guys. I used to be scared of the future at one point in my life. You know, now I'm excited for it. So, you know, to kind of bring us all to an end here, and you're going to hear a little bit from me in a little bit, but, you know, this whole business is about you. And I think it starts and ends with you. And as you listen to some of the other people speak throughout the rest of the day, I really hope that you can identify where you're at and maybe align yourself with some of the struggles and some of the triumphs that they've had. And I hope you all realize that if I can do it, you can do it. And if Ron can do it, we all can do it. And if anybody out there can do it, that you can do it and that you deserve it. So I thank everybody for your time. I'll see you guys in a little bit, and we'll turn it over to the next person. Thank you, guys.
Once again, Mr. Doug Blake. What an amazing story. Doug's birthday is coming up, right? His birthday's coming up, and so since he was in town, we celebrated, and his wife, Rosa, was so gracious to give us photos from, like, Doug in the past. And so you see him up here today in front of the camera, head freshly shaved. Like, he must have did it this morning, hit it with the Bic razor. But that's probably because, like, in high school, he had, like, frosted tips. And I guess, like, NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys were, like, super popular back then. So he didn't really look like them, but you know when something's popular and they have, like, the knockoff group? So, you know, back in Jersey in '98, you might have seen him sing at, like, a coffee shop or something in between working at McDonald's and everything. But he had a lot of really great things to say, a lot of really awesome stuff. And the really cool thing is today, whenever you're listening to people, like, you get to really hear their story and where they came from. You know, a lot of people with our company, even if they've been in final expense for a while, they did mortgage or anything, they might have had some limited success. They might have gone really high up and then dropped all the way down. Some people never see success at all, but we're very fortunate as a company to bring people on board and help them reach that level of success that they want to reach. Like he said, in his, first year, he was the #1 RVP. He stayed as one of the best RVPs in the company his entire time here. And as you'll see today, from his downline, he has just a lot of amazing people, and I think that's really a credit to his leadership, because I think to have a lot of amazing people, you have to be an amazing leader. So definitely thank you to Doug, everything that he does with the company, everything that he has done. It's been just truly amazing, and like I said before, I'm blessed just to be able to call him a friend. Another person I call a friend that I've already kind of busted his chops today. Once again, don't stare directly into his eyes, and I didn't realize at first, but he is wearing a blue shirt to accentuate that a little bit. So if the ladies in the building could holler for me real quick. And I think a couple of fellas did too. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, a good friend of mine, a mentor of mine, a huge inspiration of mine, and somebody I've said time and time again that I owe a ton of debt to, because he's helped mold me to the person that I am today with this company. So if you think I'm doing awesome, one of the main reasons is because of our next speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, our executive, real quick too, when Danny came in, because we're probably going to talk about football, he was all like, "Oh, you played football? I played football. Let's talk about football." And they had like some really cool, football stories, because he played football. Are you going to talk about football? We'll mention it he played football. So just remember, our next speaker did play football. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend, a huge inspiration of mine, Executive Vice President, Mr. Robert Shiver.
All right. Thanks, Thomas. And again, thank you to everybody that's here. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in online. It is a truly exciting time right now. I think what an incredible message by Danny Copeland. I want to definitely make sure I recognize and thank him again. So many things to pull from just his own stories, his own meeting and testimony. And then a special thank you to Doug, and opening up on not just about the success that he's having, but also the struggles. I think that that's what really makes senior life different is the openness and the ability to kind of let your guard down and talk about, the challenges that you've been faced with. That really, I think, is what makes senior life part of this incredible family. When I walked outside with Danny and was telling him thank you again before he left, he looked at me dead in the eyes and he said, you guys don't have something good. He said, you guys have something great. He said, and it was just such an exciting time for me to sit back and share just a little bit and be a part of this team for an hour or so. He said, you guys are onto something special, and I encourage you to keep pushing forward, keep running the play. And again, it just means so much because I think in today's world, there's so much negativity out there right now. What a breath of fresh air to have something as positive and encouraging as a Senior Life family to lean on during tough and challenging times. In regards to Senior Life and where we're at, Doug kind of expressed it a little bit, but I do want to reiterate, when you look at all the things that have been thrown everybody's way, homeschooling kids, pandemics, stock market crashing, a lot of people didn't have control throughout this entire time and still have a lot of uncertainty about moving forward. And here we are, Senior Life in Thomasville, Georgia, setting records, breaking new records. Just had our best month in company history this past June. That in itself, guys, is a testimony to the Senior Life team, the Senior Life family, and to each and every one of you that are tuning in. And if you're looking at being a part of this family, I would encourage you to take up a chance on yourself and plug into this system, plug into this platform. I had somebody tell me the other day they've never seen a rocket ship take off that wasn't on a platform. That's where Senior Life is right now. We have a platform in place for somebody from any walk of life, any background, any experience level to plug into the platform and take off. And you can go as fast and as high as you want to go. We're not going to hold you back, and we're actually going to encourage you to continue to do more. So again, I just want to say thank you. Doug talked a little bit about his background. One of the things that as Thomas mentioned, I'll mention football once or twice. One of the things that I've always talked about is my experience in kind of the success of football and what it's taught me. But what I wanted to do today was share with you kind of one of the most challenging time of my life was the day that I got cut from football. You work your entire life with this dream and this vision. And you have this kind of picture of where you want to go. And I think everybody has that as they're growing up. Danny expressed it from the time he was 4 or 5 years old. Doug expressed it from the time of, wanting to be super, super successful. So everybody has this dream. Well, my dream was playing football, and I was able to walk on and earn a scholarship. And then, Danny played in the National Football League. I played in the Not For Long Football League. I didn't make it too long. But I'll never forget, it was one of the hardest things. So I was with the Atlanta Falcons. I had signed free agent with them right after the draft. I felt like that gave me the best opportunity. My wife, who was actually a fiance at the time, she was looking to get a job up there in Atlanta. We had an apartment picked out. We had kind of our lives all kind of planned out of being in and around the Atlanta area and playing football. And I'll never forget, I played my best game ever. It was the last preseason game of the year. I was in direct competition with one other person. I felt like I had beat him out in every single drill, every practice, and had just come off of my best game. And that was on a Saturday. So we went out with some friends. It was a home game in Atlanta. We were all celebrating, thinking that, the next day or the next week our lives were going to change forever. And I'll never forget that next morning when I woke up, we actually stayed in Atlanta at our apartment. My phone rang. And I looked at the phone, and it was a 404 number. And I was like, I knew that it was a cut day. And so I saw this 404 number ringing, and I looked at Lindsay, and I was like, I'm not answering it. And I put it to the side and just let it ring. About 2 minutes later, it rings again. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And I swipe, on the phone call and answer it. And it's the coach at the Falcons who had the nickname the Grim Reaper. because when he called you or when he asked to see you, nobody else was ever going to see you again. And he said, hey, Robert, he said, Coach wants to see you, bring your playbook. And those are literally probably some of the hardest words I've ever been faced with. You know, again, you're waking up early, you're going at 4:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, you're working out with Danny, all leading up to this moment, only to be told you're not good enough. And you sit down with the coaches, and they basically, it's 100% like a business. They say, sorry, we got to let you go. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. And then that's it. And instantly, your whole world changes. You know, and I had it in my mind that I was going to give the league one shot. If it worked out, great. If not, that's okay too. I wasn't going to let somebody else's decision define my whole future. My future changed a couple of weeks later when I called Ron. You know, Doug talked about calling Ron, I think, and I'll never forget my fiance, now wife, Lindsay, love of my life as well, Doug, and definitely is unbelievable supporter of what we're doing every single day. Puts up with me, has our 3 beautiful boys that she's going to have a hard time with in the future with them growing up. But I'll never forget that we were down in Tampa, and I was interviewing with a company down in Tampa, and I was driving back up I-75. Now, this is in September of 2009. And I'd met Ron when I was in high school and would just touch base every once in a while. But I'll never forget, I was driving back up I-75 to Atlanta, not knowing what I was really wanting to do. And I called Ron, and he answered. Now, for those of you that don't know Ron, July 3rd of 2009, he became paralyzed in an accident. And he had not been home since then. He was still in the hospital. This is now September. And he answered the phone. And I'll never forget, I said, hey, Ron, I'm just trying to figure out, you know, what I'm wanting to do, you know, and the whole NFL thing didn't really work out, trying to figure out where's the best opportunity. And he said, well, come on by the hospital and let's talk. You know, and as I look back on that call now, almost really 11 years later, it's really amazing. You know, Doug talked about how easy Ron is to talk to. Here's an individual who owns his own insurance company, has made millions and millions of dollars, and he's telling a 24-year-old kid to come by the hospital because he's just been paralyzed 3 months ago and talk about the future of senior life. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the type of leader that you have at the top of this company. 100% selfless, 100% encouraging, and I sat down with him as he's in the hospital bed, and one of the things that he did that day was he cast a vision of senior life, and the vision wasn't just being a insurance company. The vision was being the insurance company. You know, and the vision wasn't just playing a part. The vision was all about winning and becoming a household name, and understanding that it's not going to be easy, and understanding that if you come to work with Senior Life, there's no one person better than anybody else, and we're never going to ask you to do something that we haven't done or aren't willing to do ourselves. That's what you have at Senior Life. That's what makes the Senior Life family special. And it was interesting, we were interviewing somebody a couple of weeks ago who's actually here with us now, Sarah Kelly. And he said the exact same thing to her as he did to me almost 11 years ago, which is, you know, we're wanting people that want to be a part of something bigger than themselves, and we're never going to ask you to do something that we haven't done or aren't willing to do. And it's been that consistency in the message year in and year out that's what makes Senior Life so special. Are we perfect? No. Do we make mistakes? Yes. But you have an incredible company here with an incredible opportunity. And right now, more than ever, should be a reason with everything going on outside that you should look at Senior Life to plug into this platform and this system. You know, a lot of times people choose to play it safe, and they want to take that job. And, what's amazing to me is, they're willing to take a job and have somebody tell them when to show up, when to leave, when they can go on lunch, when they can take a break. And you're willing to do that for somebody else, but you don't want to take a chance on yourself to change your life forever. That just doesn't make sense to me. This is your business. You are running your business every single day. And you have a vehicle and a platform that is a rocket ship that can take you to wherever you want to go. Doug is a prime example of that. David is a prime example of that. Jen, Bianca, prime examples of that. And the one consistent thing is they're willing to work for it. That's the thing. People always see the end result, right? They don't see all of the challenges that they're faced with on a daily basis. This business is easy to do when you feel like it. But the real question is, what are you doing on the days that you don't feel like it? Can you continue to push yourself forward? Continue to plug into the system and stay committed. Over the last couple of weeks, we've gone back out and starting to work with our organizations more and trying to get back out there and continue to push, because the end result, guys, is to win. That's the end result. Nobody here likes to lose. And it's like Vince Lombardi, I think, once said, if you show me somebody who likes to lose, I'll show you a loser. Nobody here wants to lose. And so every single day we're waking up with that sense of urgency to go out there and win, to go out there and compete, and to really change lives. That's what we're doing every single day. And kind of going back to individuals taking a chance on themselves, a lot has changed in the last several months. We went from the lowest unemployment rate in the history of America to almost the highest within about a 60 to 90-day window. And there were lots of people that chose to play it safe, and they took that job as an accountant. They took that job as a waiter or server. And overnight, they lost it. And that should show you guys that even if you choose to play it safe, you can still lose. And so I encourage all of you to take a chance on yourself. We always talk about working hard. This business is no different than anything else. If you want to be successful at it, you do have to work at it. But when I was growing up, I worked in the cantaloupe and watermelon fields for a summer. That, ladies and gentlemen, is work. Throwing watermelons throughout a massive field for 8 hours a day in the July South Georgia heat. That's work. And we're talking about helping people, doing this over the telephone, doing this face-to-face. It's a mental game. You have to stay mentally into it, and you have to stay committed to the process. And so as you look at your business today, for those of you that are already contracted with us, and maybe it's for those of you that are looking at coming to work with us that are already in insurance, if you are a 1099 independent contractor, you have got to take a moment to analyze your business. Now, I want you guys to think about something for a second. I want you to think about if you guys hired a third-party consulting firm and you asked them to come in and analyze your business. And this third-party firm watched everything that you and your business did for 30, 60, or 90 days. And at the end, they were going to give you kind of your progress report or your summary on what they saw. I want you guys to take maybe a minute or two, and if you've got a sheet of paper close by, I want you to jot down, 2, 3, or 4 things that you feel like would be maybe your biggest strengths, but more importantly than that, where you think your biggest weaknesses are. Where are the holes to your ship or your boat when it comes to your business? And when they get done with this, they're going to send it to you and say, okay, Doug, here are the 2 or 3 biggest areas for improvement that you need to make in order to stop the leaks to your boat and to be able to go faster. Where would those be? So I want you guys to take about a minute, 2 minutes, and again, grab a sheet of paper, jot down those 2 or 3 items real quick for me. Really sit back and think, what are the areas that I need to improve the most when it comes to my business? You know, and we had a group in last week, and we did the same exercise. And as we went around the room, sharing everybody's answers, and obviously we can't do that now, but one of the things that was interesting was there was consistency in everybody's answers. Some of the main things, and maybe some of the things you have written down, revolved around being more organized, being more committed, running the play, working harder, trying to grow my team, recruiting more people. And as we went around the room, everybody had probably about 80 or 85% had the same answers. You know, and what that again kind of reiterates to me is we're all in this fight together. So we have to hold each other accountable. And it's one thing knowing where the holes are, right? The big question is, what are you going to do to fix them? How are you going to address those issues? Because this business doesn't just fix itself. It doesn't just magically happen again the next week and you continue to do the same things. What happens is you just kind of drift further and further away. So I want to challenge each and every one of you to not just understand and write down what those 2 or 3 things are. Also take the time to think, how can I fix this? Because again, all that's doing is slowing you down. Where the holes are to your business is where you're taking water in the ship. That's going to make you go slower. So what are you going to do to fix those things? You know, when it comes to really building and growing a team, and I think that's ultimately what everybody wants to do. You know, people want to be a part of a team. People want to build a team. You guys are really the leadership of your organization. You are the head coach. You're calling the play, you know, and you have to make sure that people are running the play that you call. That starts with Senior Life. That starts with Doug, and that works its way down to the person that just got contracted with us this past week. But we have a play and a system that we know works. And we know that it works because it's been tried and tested and it stays true. Back when Ron started in 1988, driving 6 hours, working direct mail to go sell a policy, again, to today, when somebody can actually call your phone and you can answer it and speak to them in real time. You know, it's an unbelievable system today. And as I look back on the pandemic and everything that happens, it's unbelievable to think about the fact of Senior Life doing so well right now with all these challenges. Again, that's a big testimony to our employees, to our agents, to our policyholders. Because so many companies throughout this were put in a position of scrambling. They had never thought about this happening. And Senior Life's platform, it was real simple. You did the exact same thing if you had to switch to telesales. You know, you did the exact same thing that you've always done. You just tapped record instead of sign. And instantly, you put your field force in a position to be able to sell over the phone instantaneously. Where other companies, you're having the executives that have probably never sold a policy before try to figure out the system that's going to help you. We're salespeople first and foremost, and we understand what it's like to be in your shoes. We understand that simplicity is key, and we understand that you have to write business in order to eat. So we want to put you in a position to do that, whether it's phone or field. And again, I can only imagine the uncertainty of the agents that were out there when this all happened and everybody went on a lockdown. I'm hoping that the leadership of the company I work for knows how to do this. And most people at the top of companies have never sold a policy before. And again, at Senior Life, you're going to see where we lead from the front day in and day out. We are on the front lines with you every single day. And going back to kind of the holes in your boat, again, what are you going to do to plug those? Be honest with yourself. Be honest with your leadership, because at the end of the day, when you're working towards stopping that's working towards winning. You know, and when you're looking at leadership, I really believe that the best types of leaders are visionary leaders. you have to be able to cast that vision to everybody that you speak with. The same way that Ron cast a vision to me 11 years ago on again, Senior Life not just being an insurance company, but Senior Life being the insurance company. That's the mission that we're on, and vision is really where imagination gets married to action. So I've got this vision and I've got this game plan, and that's great. But then I have to act on it. How are we going to get there? We're going to get there through finding great people that want to be a part of this. And that's the action every single day that we're taking, is working our tails off to try to find people that want to better themselves and that want to be a part of something. So it starts with having that vision. So what vision are you casting to people that you're talking to today about why they should come to work with Senior Life? Why was somebody going to work with Senior Life versus everybody else out there? It's going to boil down to really, the platform's going to be great, but it's going to boil down to what you're saying. It's going to boil down to the vision and the belief and just the confidence and commitment that you have. That overflows to every single person that you talk to. You can't avoid that. And I think that's, again, why you have some people are having a lot of success and others that kind of just get by. It starts with that commitment. It starts with that belief. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't believe that this is where the future is, then you don't need to be here. Because we've got a lady here, Bianca, that went overnight from selling in the field for an entire year to overnight switching to telesales and then breaking the record for most production in a week over the telephone. Think about that for a second. She had never sold over the phone before in her life. And this curveball gets thrown at her and gets thrown at all of us. But she made a commitment to trust the system and to plug in. And it's always interesting having people talk about phone sales this and phone sales that. And when you ask them, well, how many times have you ever sold over the phone? The answer is typically never. So you want to follow people that know how to get the job done. And that's what Bianca did. And I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of Jen and all of our agents that have overnight changed the way that they were selling the product and still having a ton of success. I'm also incredibly encouraged and proud of the agents that are going out in the field using safe, methods of selling. I know we have a lady in Texas, Zenobia, that's continuing to do a great job. I know we have an individual in Chicago that's actually trying to beat Bianca's record this week, Lorenzo. So hopefully we'll be able to hang on to this title for a while. But it's a great time to be doing this business, guys, because first and foremost, it's recession-proof. It doesn't matter what is thrown your way. This business and this industry is a recession-proof industry. So when you work with Senior Life, you never have to worry about not having enough people to talk to or the industry disappearing, because it is a recession-proof industry. The second thing you have is an incredible growth opportunity. No disrespect to other insurance companies out there, but one of the things I think everybody needs to do is not just look at where I can start, but what's my future look like? Again, what vision are you casting to individuals that you're talking about coming to work with Senior Life? I think that the biggest vision that we have is, again, we are on our way up. We're not there yet, and we'll be the first to admit that. But we're poised in position to take over this industry. And I know we can do it. I know we can do it with the people that we have. I know we can do it with the leadership that we have. And really, it's not a matter of, is it going to happen? The big question is, how long is it going to take? Because, guys, we could be writing more business than anybody else out there within 12 months to 36 months easily. So that goes back to your vision. What are you casting to people? The second thing I think that a visionary leader is, you have to be able to get people to overcome change and adversity. People are naturally reluctant to change. People want to be comfortable. People would rather be broke and comfortable than to push themselves to change in their family's legacy forever. And it's that leadership that you provide to them that gets them out of bed when they don't want to do it. You have to cast that vision that says, this is not only, why we're doing this, but this is how it's going to change your life forever. This is how you're going to change your family's life forever. And it should be that motivation that gets somebody up. So you've got to do a great job of not only casting the vision when they come to work, but you have to be able to be that leader that will push people through the tough times. When we're talking about the three big things that we work on every single day, the three levers that we pull on, we always talk about recruiting, production, and relationships. And I think Danny reiterated that. I think Doug reiterated that as well. The relationships, guys, that's where the real, secret is. And that's what we try to work hard every single day. That is the hardest thing to continue to grow at a rapid rate and still keep that tight-knit family. But that just comes from finding people that want to be a part of the family. And again, you've got to be able to push through the struggles. Whatever struggles you may be faced with, whether it's work-related, you're having a hard time closing sales, or you're having family problems, you've got to push through, and you have to understand that part of being really successful is being really uncomfortable. Doug and I talk all the time about having tough conversations, and you really kind of build up this tough conversation. But the reality is, what people need to do is work at your leadership skills. The only way you become a better leader is by leading. You can read all the books that you want to read, but again, that's kind of like Danny talking about watching tape and studying film. That's just a piece to the puzzle. The real action, or the real piece, takes place when you go out there and you start practicing at it. And I go to working out for a little while. It hurts when you're working out, and you hit that fatigue. But it's at that moment is when you get stronger. And it's the same thing with your leadership skills, and it's pushing yourself and understanding that you're a part of something bigger than yourself, and that's why you're going to hold people accountable. Danny obviously had an incredible exposure and experience in working with some of the best people that have ever coached football. Tony Dungy, I heard him mention that name. I heard him mention another person that was a Hall of Fame player and coach. And one of the things that I've always looked at, again, is as you're growing up, everybody has some type of role model, whether it's your parents, a teacher, a coach. And it's amazing to me to sit back and look at, why did you like that person more than anybody else? Or what was it about that coach that made you more, wanting to work harder for them than anybody else? And more times than not, the person that you looked up to for your entire life, or the person that had the most influence on your life, the common trait between everybody, whether it was a teacher, coach, parent, friend, is it was the person that expected the most out of you. For me, that would be my father, my strength coach at Auburn, Coach Yox. Between those two, especially Coach Yox, they demanded that you showed up every day to go to work, and that you gave it everything you've got. It didn't matter what the circumstance was. It didn't matter if you were feeling sick. You got up and went, because you needed to get better to help the team win. And every single day, that's kind of what motivates me now, is winning's not going to happen because we want it to happen. Winning's going to happen because we take action every single day. And the action is helping people. And that's what's so cool about this, is every single day you're helping people. Whether it's helping people change their life by coming to work with Senior Life, helping people get a policy with us to give them peace of mind, helping people give them that death claim check when they need it most. And that's, again, I think what's really encouraging. I think also from a leadership standpoint, you have to encourage people to focus on what matters. Don't let people get distracted. That's again, a real, I think, challenging thing, is it's easy to feel like you're busy, but the reality is, are you being productive? That's every day you've got to focus on the things that move the needle the most. So yeah, it might feel good checking stuff off your list, but if that just moves the needle a little bit, that's not even on my list. So we've got to think bigger. We have to focus on the bigger things. because at the end of the day, that's the vision that you're going down. You know, and again, I just want to kind of finish and conclude and really saying that I really believe that the purpose in life is to win. Not one person wants to go through life losing. And if you get used to losing, that becomes a habit. So you have to surround yourself with winners. Every single day, you've got to surround yourself with people that want to win. That's what you have at Senior Life. And that's the direction that we're heading. That's the mission that we're on. And we have an incredible team, an incredible family, and I'm just honored and privileged to be a part of it. So can you have success at other companies? I'm sure you can. But you're not going to recreate what we have here. It doesn't matter how many videos they make, how many flyers they send out. We are the ones setting the pace and setting the trend from the platform, the technology, and the one thing that you'll never be able to copy at Senior Life is the people. So I encourage you to stay hungry, run fast, and let's go kick some tail. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Shiver. There was one person that clapped at that time. Let's try again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Shiver. So Robert inspires me a lot because he works extremely hard. He works day in and day out, like literally every single day Robert's working. And I remember he just had his third son less than a year ago. And when his wife had already gone into labor and was in the hospital, he was answering emails from the hospital room. So he's expecting his third son, and he was like, hey, Thomas, can you send me this PDF, or can you send me this flyer real quick? So that's just a testament to how hard that man works. And I guess because it was his third son, he was pretty much used to that process, and it wasn't sweating it too hard. But once again, a huge inspiration of mine. Shouts out to Toy Robinson. He had checked in on the comments, and Tamber Taylor actually checked in as well. Like I said before, we might have, get a chance to answer some people's questions. If you have any comments or anything, go to the comment section on this video that you're watching and go ahead and give a little shout out so that we can shout you out. Now, our next presenter, our next speaker is a really good friend of mine. Whenever you think about Ron's vision, when you think about the beginning of the company, he was with the company before it was ever even Senior Life Insurance Company. And I think for Ron to have that vision and that dream and to be able to accomplish that, he did not do that by himself. And this gentleman has been there from the very, very beginning. I think Ron was doing this maybe like a year, and then this gentleman came in and joined him. Funny enough, Ron is like 5 years younger and trained him. And it's just an amazing story. He's going to share all that. I don't want to take anything away from it, but I'd like everybody to welcome our senior vice president, heavy emphasis on the senior, Mr. Mitch Connor.
Oh, Thomas. Thank you for that heartfelt and sincere introduction, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Guys, I am excited to be part of today's sales conference. And the reason I'm excited is, first of all, I get to hang out with the Blake Group. You guys are awesome. You know, quality people. I've known them, Doug, for about 6 years now. And every time I'm around him, I always just get encouraged. And everyone that he brings with him, he just seems to bring the best out in people. And that's the way his leadership team is as well. So I'm very, very excited to be here. It's also exciting to hear from Robert Shiver. Robert, he's very motivating when he speaks. He encourages. He brings it all together. And you can see why he's such a great leader. And we really and truly appreciate your leadership, Robert. And hey, and you can't take anything away from Danny Copeland. Danny, he's the man. I love to hear him speak. I love to hear him share his stories, and I always take something away from him that can help me be better at what God's called me to do. But it's not about me. It's not about why I'm excited about being here or even why I'm here. It's really, why are you part of this sales conference today? And I want you to take just a moment and ask yourself that question. Why am I part of today's sales conference? Take a moment and even write down one or two reasons. And as you're thinking about that, I kind of want to share my story with you and talk to you about moments in my life. See, life is a series of moments. Some are good and some are bad. Some we don't want to think about ever again and hope people never hear about. But then there are those moments in life that are what people call defining moments. And I want to talk to you about a defining moment. And I believe today, wherever you are in your career can be a defining moment for you. As a matter of fact, when I first met Ron Powell, that was a defining moment in Ron's life. Ron had just turned 19 years old, and I think at that time he had already been in the business maybe about 6 months. And Ron was 19 years old, and he made a decision to take somebody like me. I had just gotten out of the Air Force, and bring me into the business and pour into me. And as a matter of fact, I'll never forget, we're on our way to Macon the week of Christmas, 1989, okay? The week of Christmas in 1989. Some of you weren't even born in 89, right? Anyway, long story short, he's 19, right? And we're driving up to Macon, and we're going to write some insurance. I have no idea what that's all about, but he told me you can make money doing this business. I said, okay, well, let's find out what it's all about. He says, Mitch, if you would, reach over there and hand me that bungee cord. And we were in a hatchback Celica. Some of you don't even know what a hatchback Celica is. There used to be a car like that. But anyway, long story short, I handed him the bungee cord, and I'm thinking, why does he need a bungee cord? And I asked him, why do you need a bungee cord? He said, I got to wrap this around the stick shift to keep it in fifth gear while we go up the interstate so it won't pop out of gear. True story, true story. So I'm thinking in my mind, so this guy's going to teach me how to sell insurance and make money. Well, let me tell you what he did. He made a decision the week of Christmas in 1989 to teach this guy who was 5, 6 years older than him how to make business. We went up to Macon. We worked 3 days that week. He wrote almost $5,000 annualized premium in 2.5, 3 days. He made a decision. You know, defining moments require a decision. So Ron was a visionary from the beginning, you know, and he had the fortitude and the mindset that he was going to be successful no matter what. And he taught me a lot that week, my first week with him. But, you know, fast forward, let's go about 5 years down the road. He's 23 years old, maybe 26 at that time. 24. Yeah, that's right, 24 years old. By then, he's 23, 24 years old. He's a millionaire. He's made his first $1 million in 12 months. You know, and then he starts talking to me about owning his own insurance company one day. And here's a 23, 24-year-old young man talking to me about owning his own insurance company. It goes in one ear and out the other. But see, he had defining moments in his life where he made decisions to follow after his dreams. And sure enough, 6, 7 years later, he bought his own insurance company. And I was able to witness all that. So Ron is the type of person, not only is he a visionary, but he also makes the decisions he needs to make to be successful. And, you know, it was a blessing to be able to just be part of that. So I kind of want to share a few defining moments with you in my life. Back in 1994, that was a few years after I got started, I had some success up to that point, but back in 1994, as we started growing, Ron opened up the opportunity for us to start hiring in other areas and become what we called managing general agents back then. So from 94, I made about $50,000 that year. To the end of 95, I actually quadrupled my income from $50,000 to over $200,000. And the way that I did that is I just made a decision to do the things that I saw Ron do. What Ron did was he produced, he recruited, and he retained by building relationships with the agents that he hired. And he did that day in and day out, day in and day out. So you fast forward again, I'm now 49 years old, and this is 2012, and God calls me into the ministry, full-time pastor, and I reach out to Ron, and Ron gives me his blessing. So at age 49, I retired from the business, and I pastored for 6 years. Then about 3 years ago, Ron and I got together, and he knew he had another vision for the company. He wants Senior Life Insurance Company not only to change people's lives, but as it changes people's lives, he wants Senior Life to become the #1 final expense company in America. He wants Senior Life to become a billion-dollar organization. And he knows that he needs people around him. And that's the reason it's exciting to have people like Doug and his team to be part of that future. But he and I got together, and he asked me to come back and be part of that future as well. So I had to make a decision, and I decided to come back. See, defining moments require a decision. So my career, pretty successful. But you know, that's kind of the rest of the story, and I'm still getting to live my story. And that's how my story ended up to this point, but it's not how it began. So let me share with you how my story began. Ron's 19. He teaches me how to write insurance the week of Christmas. And everybody knows you can't write insurance the week of Christmas, right? Nobody's buying that week. Well, he showed me how. And I was so motivated and excited about it that all I could think about after I left that week training with him was, you know, I hope I can find something better to do soon. I hope I don't have to keep selling insurance. See, the thing is I had gotten out of the Air Force. I thought I was very marketable. I thought, you know, with a degree, because I received a bachelor's degree while I was in the Air Force, that it would be very easy for me to find a job. But the truth is, after sending out 500 resumes in the middle part of 1989, nobody responded. I tell everybody it was because of the times, but it was probably because of me. But Ron gave me an opportunity when nobody else would, and I thanked him for that opportunity by hoping that I wouldn't have to do this the rest of my life. Well, what I did is I made excuses, and that's the difference between my success in 94 to now versus the type of success that I had starting in 89 through, say, 93 or so. Matter of fact, many people don't realize this, but after about a year in the business, I actually left Ron, and I went to work for another company. And the reason being is simply because I made excuses. I didn't want to be here. But you know, defining moments require a decision. And the decisions that I made actually ended up in failure instead of the success that I experienced later. You know, when we make excuses, we do things like manipulate those that we love the most instead of being motivated by their love. When we make excuses, we find reasons not to do things and not to execute, but we find all the reasons that we shouldn't do them, the reasons that cause us to fail. So, you know, I want to go back to my original question. Why are you part of today's sales conference? Why are you here? What is it that you need to change in your life that's going to help you to be successful? What decisions do you need to make? Take a moment and think about that just for a moment. Write those decisions down. And I challenge you to do something about those decisions, because this is a life-changing opportunity, and that's the reason I'm so excited today. That's the reason I'm excited every day. So while you're writing those down, I want you to also understand why I'm sharing this with you. Because I know the opportunity at Senior Life Insurance Company is greater than it's ever been. We've got a greater opportunity. We're more innovative than we've ever been. We have more leads than we've ever had. We got greater leadership than we've support staff. The operational side of Senior Life is better than it's ever been. Our marketing department, they blow it out of the water every day helping you to grow. So the opportunity is greater than it's ever been. As a matter of fact, you've heard it said throughout this year, the time is now. You've got to stay hungry and run fast. That's why I'm asking you to look at where you are and decide what kind of things you need to change so that you can embrace the opportunity. And that's why I'm sharing this with you today. But here's the last reason that I want you to hear what I'm about to say, and this is more important than anything. The reason that I'm sharing this with you today is because I don't want you to miss out on the future you desire, nor the future your family deserves. So I want you to think about where you are. And I challenge you to make the adjustments in your life as I had to do throughout my career to get to the level of success that I've experienced. See, it's not all about me, but I'm sharing my story with you so that you can learn from my mistakes. So I challenge you to look at where you are and take this defining moment and make the decisions you need to make to get the future for you and your family that you desire and they deserve. Thank you for your time, and I hope today will be a life-changing moment for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mitch Connor. He looked amazing in that pink too. That was a great color choice right there. You gotta be a real man to pull off pink, and Mitch just did that today. So shouts out to him for even inspiring me when it comes to wardrobe. Today has been just amazing so far. We've had so many great speakers already. It's been such a great day already. And we have another message that we're going to be presenting. And this gentleman, you saw him on the Scoop maybe about 2 or 3 months ago. And he's probably one of the coolest guys I think I've ever met in my life. He is he's just so cool. I believe he said Big Daddy Kane was his idol, was his hero. So that would probably be the reason that he is as cool as he is. So ladies and gentlemen, here is a message from my brother, Mr. Dean Blake.
You know, let me tell you something. You know, time is valuable, and time ain't stopping for nobody, you know, including myself. You know, time is definitely going and definitely moving. And one thing I'm so glad that I've done, I took the time to seize this opportunity with Senior Life 3 years ago, you know, and 3 years ago to this day is giving me the best time of my life, you know. So one thing I could definitely say is don't lose out on time. Don't do it. You know, time is important, you know, and, you know, remember, we all have the same time. You know, we all have the same 24 hours in a day, all of us. But it's what we choose to do with that 24 hours. You know, some of us make 24 into 48 because we double up. You know, we hit it hard. You know, others flatline. You know what I'm saying? Not achieving nothing. But it's the choices that we have. The choice is up to us because we're all given that same 24. You know, and with the opportunity that I have with Senior Life and the Blake Group, I'm glad I utilized my time wisely, and I appreciate the time that they even gave me and they poured into me, because this opportunity that is being given to all of us at the same time, you know, is what we choose to do with it. You know, I know my family is happy that I chose to put my time in. You know, I'm sure other people in the group, you know, they're happy that they put the time in. And, you know, it's the same thing. You know, we try to, you know, pour into our new agents coming in to say, hey, the time is now. Let's maximize this time, you know, because the opportunity is here. And yeah, we just had to we had to be thankful, you know, and make the best of this time now, because we definitely don't want time to slip by, because once it's gone, you can't get it back. Can't do it. Time is gone. I learned that the reason a lot of people don't live their dreams is not because of failure. It's because they give up. And one thing here at Senior Life and the Blake Group, there is no failure. You don't give up. success is here that could be achieved. However, it's up to you to make that choice. In life, that's one of the main things we don't take advantage of and we need to take advantage of. And that's the choices that we make in life. We could choose to do something or we could choose not to do anything. When I came to Senior Life, I chose Senior Life over all those other insurance companies out there. And I was blessed enough that Senior Life chose me back and we became a family. The opportunity is so different, so achievable, that a simple, proven system that they put in place for us to follow, you can achieve whatever dreams you want. But you need to apply yourself. And when I knew that, that's what I did. I just applied myself because I know no matter what, I was going to do something. I just didn't know what I was going to do. Because remember, I didn't know anything about insurance. I didn't even know I was going to get in the insurance game. However, when I did, I had to seize the moment. I had to understand, listen to the opportunity. And when it was presented to me by Senior Life, and I saw what my mentors were doing, I said, I'm all in. I made the sacrifices because the number one sacrifice that I did in the beginning, I left my current job, okay, running pharmacies throughout the states. And I was stationed in one in Tampa, Florida. And when I had my son, I said, okay, I know I wanted to be closer to him. I said, hey, I got to make a sacrifice. I got to leave everything behind and start off new. And I said, you got to seek the right opportunity that's going to give you that time and that financial freedom. And, you know, lucky enough, I was able to get that here with Senior Life. I'm blessed. I'm thankful, you know, and I appreciate everything that I have achieved from them so far, you know, in this short time frame, only 3 years. Only 3 years. I never knew. Within these 3 years, I would have never known that my life would have changed so much the way how it has. You know, it changed mentally because I think different. You know, I don't think like the average person. I never was average, but sometimes I guess when you're just in that type of environment, you tend to sometimes think average things, you know, or you would think above average, but then you just never really push forward or found that right opportunity. However, here, you know, they're giving you the big thoughts. They're pushing you to excel, you know. They want to make sure that you fulfill your dreams. And all we have to do is just put in our work, you know, and the work is just following this proven system that they have, which is so easy, so achievable, to the point is like, wow, you know, you have to only do this to achieve that. That's big. That's powerful. You know, here at Senior Life, you know, or not even just at Senior Life, you know, just in life in general, you know, we sometimes have to remind ourselves who we are and, you know, what we're worth. And, you know, when it comes to, you know, working with Senior Life and, you know, being out on the grind, you know, we have to make a lot of sacrifices. Okay. Sacrifices meaning sometimes going that extra mile, knocking that one extra door, making that one extra phone call, you know, eating that peanut butter and jelly sandwich, in the back seat that's been sitting in the back seat of the car versus, going to that restaurant for the day, you know, because with this system, one thing I realized looking at your surroundings and you know other mentors and people that's been in the game even longer. One thing you have to realize, we all have the same 24 hours. But now what we do within that 24 hours is what's going to make that difference. Either we're going to grind it hard and, think about what we need to achieve. We think about our goals. We think about, whether it's the bills we want to pay off or whether the money that we just want to make or the things, we want to buy or that loved one that we want to take care of. When we think about those things, we will make that sacrifice and, make that 24 into 48, because now, once again, we all have the same 24 hours. But now, are you just going to sleep all day? Or you're going to grind it out, grind it, and just keep going, don't stop, especially if you're from Miami. You know how we do. Don't stop, get it. Don't stop, get it. We got to get it, okay? The opportunity is there. A lot of us, we're not stopping for nothing. We're making sure that, hey, we seize this moment, and excuse me, anybody coming in new, I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't have to rush anything, okay? Just trust it, okay? Don't rush anything. Just trust it. I mean, that's something that's been said time and time again by several different people. And when you take that time and you make that sacrifice and you give that maximum effort, because remember, in everything that we do, we give that maximum effort, you will achieve those maximum results. Okay? When I first started, only 3 years ago, didn't know anything. I listened. I listened to my mentors. They guided me. They kept pushing me. I listened to different, motivational speakers. My mind was just opened up. You will be surprised how sometimes our mind could be so closed at moments because of the life that we're currently probably living. But then now when you expose yourself, or let yourself get exposed to a different lifestyle, you start to think different. You see, your goals become higher, you see, and then now you grind even more because now you want more, you deserve more. Remember, it's all about the choice. This is something that we all can do. We all have a choice on what we want to do. Okay, it's either we choose to do nothing or we choose to do something. Okay, so even for myself coming into this game, not knowing anything, I listen to my mentors, here at Senior Life, the Blake Group, they push me to higher limits. They believed in me more than I believed in myself, and just because of that, I was able to believe once again more into myself, which made me even push harder to do the things that I had to do for me and my family, by going out there, helping out even more families, staying that extra 30 minutes, knocking that one extra door, and when you do all of this, you start to see the rewards, especially now going through this pandemic. I always knew how great and valuable this one little thing called a pay through was. However, during the pandemic, it was even more valuable. And it made me appreciate the sacrifices that I did in the previous year because I reaped plenty rewards because of that, and you can too. It's just that when you're doing this, you cannot give up. No one should ever give up. Okay, because once you've given up, then you have actually failed. And with this system here that they have, this proven system, you can't fail. Is that plain and simple? You cannot. Even when it comes down to achieving goals, I made a comment. You want to be like the top producer, but you ain't buy no leads. I'll never forget when I first started. May 5th, 2017. That's the month before hurricane season. June is hurricane season down here in Florida for people that don't live in Florida. That particular year, we happened to get hit with 2 hurricanes back to back. Hurricane Irma, and I believe the other one was Hurricane Catherine. Hurricane Irma made a stamp here in Miami. Hurricane Catherine, if I'm not mistaken, she tore up the Bahamas. Puerto Rico. Okay, so now here it is. We were affected big time. Power's out. No one could really function. Food didn't have power for I didn't have power for about 3 weeks. No AC, food gone, everything. My son, just a little infant, I couldn't even stay here because sometimes when I had to, and he had to sleep, we had to stay outside, just so he get that circulation. And, being brand new into the insurance industry, of course, you're not getting a check every day. And I never gave up. I never gave up. I know I made the sacrifice to be closer to home, and I had a reason. I had that why of why I wanted to be here. And when things did get back up and running, I had to look at one of our top producers, Mr. Lionel. Okay, I always admired him, and he was always just humble, just doing his thing. Very consistent. They call him Mr. Consistency. Just very humble, did his work. And I remember the first time, we spoke, I felt honored. I was like, oh, I'm talking to the top producer, and he said, he came up, I had on my bow tie, and like, hey, Mr. Bow Tie, this is what you need to do, and he says, look, no matter what, he said, I get my leads every week. He said, sometimes I have great days. Sometimes I have, awesome days. And I also have bad days. But he said, I've never had a bad week. You got to keep going. It doesn't matter. Get your leads. You go out there, you go to work. And, even with that little, my mindset was always very strong. However, with that little prep talk, it even helped me because, being in a whole new industry is like to say, okay, you know what? Can't give up because now I remind you now, we were down. I was down for a few months, brand new in the game. Average person would have just walked away and said, hey, I'm going back to work. Give me my 9 to 5, and I'm good. Nah. I'm all in. you know, started getting my leads, getting more leads, closing deals. Next thing you know, money was being made up for lost time, you know, to the point where I was able to reach those leadership boards, you know, my rankings that, you know, at one time I was ranked as nothing. And to the point where I started getting on the board, whether I was number 10, number 8, you know, and it just started climbing, all because I just did what I was told. I did what I was supposed to do, and I never gave up. You know, in this business here, we can never give up. The reward at the end is huge. Once again, it is huge, very beneficial. Your loved ones will love you for it. People that don't even know you will love you for it. They'll, oh, I love you, you know. But we gotta continue to fight. We gotta continue to play the game. Doesn't matter what happened yesterday. We just gotta keep going. You know, I never gave up. I never will give up. If you're new coming into this industry, do not give up. The reward is around the corner. Okay, you're closer to it as long as you keep working. Okay, and you know it all starts in the mind. This is the driver's seat. Okay, the driver's seat. When your mind is strong, guess what? You keep moving. Okay, if you fall weak, your body stops, and then guess where your goal is? Even further. So now, when we have that goal and you steady going, your mind is strong, the heart is beating good. You keep you racing to that dream. You're getting closer to that dream. You're about to achieve that goal. But the minute we fall weak and get that negativity into us, and we put the brakes on, that goal, where's that?
Once again, shouts out to my brother Dean. Just an amazing individual, and you could just even tell from that video, he is one of the coolest people I think you could ever meet. Just very genuine. Like I said, you saw him on the Scoop cover, and he also did a recent podcast. So make sure that you check that out so you can learn even more about him. Now, we were talking about the comment section. Shouts out to everybody leaving comments. If you had any questions, my brother Tori actually had a question for us, and we're going to have Doug in here answer it for us. He said, what advice do you have for somebody who's trying to get newly contracted with Senior Life during this pandemic? And also, what kind of results can you expect?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tori, for that question. And again, thank you all the speakers that we have so far. So, you know, this nowadays, I guess you could say, you know, when I first learned about the pandemic, I didn't really know what to think. But what I did know, and I think you guys all have been hearing me say this since day one, is we have to all act as if this is the new norm. And I think every day that passes, it's just another sign that this potentially could be the new norm, meaning we don't know how long this is really going to last. This may never go away. So every day, number one, for all of us, all the agents, we need to go into every day without fear. Now, we have to be careful, of course. We have to protect ourselves. But now is the best time to get involved in an opportunity like we have to offer here at the Blake Group in Senior Life, is because this, for you, you could be certain that you control your destiny. Okay? If you want it, you can go get it. You're not going to get furlonged. Is that the word? You're not going to get laid off. You're not going to have anything taken away from you. You're able to go out there and write as much business as much as you want to write. You can hire as many people as you want to hire. You're actually able to bless other people, you know, and us as leaders and directly, you know, we have to lead by example. You know, Ramon always says, man, Douglas, and I love when Ramon calls me Douglas, it makes me feel so good. I don't know what, the way he says it makes me feel good, but whole nother story for a different day. But, you know, you never showed any signs of fear throughout this whole thing. You were positive. You were, you know, and we have to be. You know, I'm not going to allow this pandemic to take any food off my table. I'm not going to allow this opportunity to diminish for any of the agents that we have here, you know? So as leaders, you know, again, we got to go into this without any fear. You know, we have to lead by example, okay? As far as results that one can expect, the same exact results one could expect if there was no pandemic. You know, this business, as we all know, is recession-proof, and I think someone had said that today, but we also found out that this business is pandemic-proof. You know, Bianca, like we said, switched from field to phone without an interruption. There's so many other agents. Taylor Gomez comes to mind. Switch field to phone. You know, she fought it for a little bit, but she picked up the phone and she had success. And there's so many other agents like Jennifer, you know, and Chris Menard, and, you know, so many others that switched and didn't miss a beat. You know, you can go in the field, you could be safe, or, you know, you can continue to do everything all over the telephone. You know, so really, what can somebody expect? Well, how much you want to make? How successful do you want to be? Later on, we're going to be going over our game plan, our system, and we're going to break it down to a T. So as long as you're willing to follow it, you can really write your own paycheck. Thomas?
And there you go. Once again, shouts out to Doug. You know, a time like this can be a very scary time. And we're very fortunate for the company we have and the people we have, as well as the opportunity that we have, that you don't really have to be that fearful. Once again, shouts out to Tori for the question. Shouts out to FEA United and everybody over there. We're going to be talking about social media later today, and that is a group definitely does a great job with social media. So shouts out to them. Shouts out to everybody in the building. Once again, of course, to Doug. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to take a little moment, take a little break. Everybody that's watching on the live stream, this is your time to run to the restroom, go get you a sandwich and hang out. We are going to be showing some content, a lot of stuff from the Blake Group. So you're going to see videos and things, stuff that's been on our YouTube previously, maybe some stuff you haven't seen before. So we're still going to keep you entertained while we take a little break from lunch, and we'll be back probably in about 30 minutes, all right? So we're going to break. You can go ahead and hang out, check out this content, and we will be back shortly.
So I really, really love doing what I'm doing. It makes me feel great knowing that I'm able to go and help families and stand in the gap and be their advocate and be able to help them save thousands of dollars. I really, really enjoy it. I have a good time when I go out there in the field, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds. So this company is super amazing. Really, really love doing what I'm doing. Tons of money to be made. Great knowing that tons of opportunity and help families. If you would have asked me and stand in the gap and be 6 months ago what I would be doing to help them save thousands of dollars. Definitely didn't think I'd be really, really being so successful at what I do. Have a good time when I really, really love this company. I love the culture. I love the people. Seeing what the future holds. This is the place to be. Doing what I'm doing. Tons of money to be made, tons of opportunity, and help families. If you would ask me and stand in the gap and be.
Senior Life is the best place. You can work there forever. You can work there for the rest of your life. Call Ron, he might tell you to join Senior Life. If he tells you, say yes, it's your decision. And join Senior Life. If you go there, you might be the boss. You might see what's gonna happen. You might be the cameraman, and you might be doing a lot of work. Senior Life is the That's what you should do inside Senior Life.
All right, then say Senior Life all your life.
Senior Life all your life. He might tell you to join Senior Life. If he tells you, say yes, it's your decision. And join Senior Life. If you go there, you might be the boss. You might see what's gonna happen. You might be the cameraman, and you might be doing a lot of work. Senior Life, that's what you should do inside Senior Life.
All right, then say Senior Life all your life.
Senior Life all your life. He might tell you to join Senior Life. If he tells you, say yes, it's your decision. And join Senior Life. If you go there, you might be the boss. You might see what's gonna happen. You might be the cameraman, and you might be doing a lot of work. Senior Life, that's what you should do inside Senior Life.
All right, then say Senior Life all your life.
Senior Life all your life.
I've worked with the company now for over a year, and I can't tell you how happy I am to finally find a place that I can call home. 20 years career path and background of wanting to help people. I couldn't find no better place that I want to be here with Senior Life Financial Center. Basically, here we are living out those that are in need of a product that all of us at Senior Life will come across, and someone be able to bring people the best options insurance in their life to change themselves for the better, and that's why I found here at Senior Life. So we're going to be coming to a city near you, and hoping that you can come join us. I look forward to seeing you again sometime soon. I couldn't find no better place that I want to be here with Senior Life Financial Center. Basically, here we are living out those that are in need.
I came from the construction industry. I had a lot of opportunity there, but there was a lot of moving parts. I dealt with a lot of stress on a daily basis. So I searched around. I was trying to find another opportunity that was going to give me more freedom to live the life that I wanted to live. My goal was to be able to live wherever I want to live, to be able to make money while I'm on vacation, to be able to help other people. And I searched, I looked at a bunch of different things, and Senior Life came up on my radar. I took a really good look at it, and what I seen was a really simple sales system that I could teach anyone. I searched around, unlimited another opportunity to make money, and I seen the best support I've ever seen. I mean, these people, they support me so well that realistically, I don't even need to think about what I'm going to do. And I just plug into the system. If I have any questions, anything at all, there's Senior Life is there to help me. And that goes from my manager all the way up to the president and owner of the company. I've never seen that before. There's not one person that works with Senior Life that doesn't know who I am, and that doesn't know who every single agent is so well that think about what I'm going to do. And I just plug into the system. If I have any questions, anything at all, there's Senior Life is there to help me.
I have two questions. Freedom and flexibility. Come see what this opportunity is all about.
I've never seen that before.
If you are looking forward
There's not one
to
person that works with Senior Life that doesn't know who I am,
we have something
and that
for you.
doesn't know who every single
Face
agent
to
is
face,
so well
we
that
have something for you. If you want unlimited growth, we have something for you. Please join us and see what we're all about. I have two questions. Freedom and flexibility. Come see what this opportunity is all about.
Slow down, guys, during this holiday season. It's a very stressful time of the year. You know, how you finish 2018 is going to be what's going to give you that momentum for 2019.
Unlimited growth.
Okay, so do not slow down, guys. You can actually go a little bit harder.
Join us and see what we're all about.
They're going to give you, they're calling our TV commercials. They're filling out the retinal cards. They're calling up our ad mail pages. They want to buy some insurance. They wouldn't have called us up or filled anything out if they did not. You know, don't allow these excuses of the holidays to slow you down or even stop the team. Go harder, make it happen. It's going to give you that momentum for 2019.
Unlimited growth.
So do not slow down, guys.
I'm gonna tell you this, I've always had medical background. I did never have any self-experience. And I'm the type of person that if I start something, I continue to go through it. I'm also committed to Senior Life. And I would tell you something, ladies. If you feel intimidated because most men are doing this, believe me, it's much easier for women to get at. All right? I mean, we have girl power here. And also, the reason why I made this transition because I was able to provide for my family, able to travel. The things I can provide for my daughter, I could never provide that. And also, I have more time with her. And I mean, I love Senior Life. Senior Life feel intimidated because most men are doing this. Believe me, it's much easier for women to get at. All right? I mean, we have girl power here. Also, the reason why
I used to work in the construction industry, particularly I did a lot of disaster work. The thing with disaster work is there's a lot of moving parts. You got customers, materials, employees not showing up, and it was a lot of stress. I wanted to find an opportunity that was more streamlined, that I could do, and I didn't have
again look at Senior Life where we are today with the mission that we have, there's going to be a lot of people that actually take advantage of this and reap the rewards of it.
I'm Thomas Roach. We're at the Senior Life Insurance Company home office, and we're all fired up. We got a special guest in the building, a good friend of mine. I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself, sir.
Hey, Robert Shiver, Vice President, Senior Life Insurance Company.
Now, you're a very busy man. It was really hard getting you on the podcast, so we definitely appreciate you gracing us with your presence today. One thing that you always talk about, and we'll go ahead and jump this off. First off, congratulations. You recently became a father again. You got the third one, the third amigo in the group.
That's it. We got the 3-on-2 fast break now. So 3 boys, and then Lindsay's the only woman in the family. Even our dogs are boys.
Now, when we do our seminars, and when we just have regular conversations, one thing that you always talk about is your why. What is your why? And so obviously that's your why. But what does that mean whenever you're talking about that? What is your why?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to wake up each day with, kind of a renowned sense of energy. And one of the things that gives me that is why you're doing what we're doing every day, and my why ultimately is my family, first and foremost, but then also our Senior Life family. We have a vision and a direction that we want to head as a company. And if we can stick together and push through the challenges, then we can accomplish our goal. And then in doing that, you're helping your family along the way, from raising your kids and trying to get them involved. And it's always fun when we drive past the building. They're always wanting to come up here and come in the office and eat some peppermints, but find out what Dad's doing. And it's just really cool seeing them starting to ask more questions about business, and it's interesting.
Definitely. Your kids are wonderful. Once again, congratulations on baby Rhett, the new addition to the family. Being a part of the Senior Life family, you actually came on board. You were pretty young. How old were you when you started with Senior Life?
I think I was at 24.
Okay, so almost fresh out of college, because I don't know if anybody knows this, but he has a storied football career of sorts. You went to college where?
I went to Auburn.
And what'd you do at Auburn?
Yep. So I never thought we'd talk about this
Not
today.
at all. No idea.
No, I went to Auburn, and when I was getting out of high school, I was kind of tired of small town Thomasville, and I'd moved around a lot growing up and got to experience some bigger cities like Atlanta, like Jacksonville, and so I was ready to get out of a small town deal, and decided I was going to go to Auburn, and which is a big step up from Thomasville.
Yes.
I graduated with 26 people, and then my high school.
Can we just hold
coach,
on? 26 people. So that's the school he went to. Some of us graduated with hundreds of people in Thomasville. So when we travel, Robert's usually the one telling his story when we're in Miami, when we're in Dallas, when we're in California. And he says, the 20 some odd people he graduated with, some of us had hundreds of people in our graduating class in Thomasville. So I just want to clarify that.
Thomasville's still small.
Right.
My school is the smallest,
Right.
and 26 people. So I wanted to get out of town and do something. And my coach said, hey, you should really consider walking on and playing football. And, I kind of wasn't thinking too much of it, but he was a new coach and really encouraged me to put together kind of a little highlight tape. And I did that and sent it off to Auburn. And the coach called and had me up there and said he wanted me to come walk on. And so, my thought was, man, let's go do this.
Absolutely.
And, one of the things that I've always been is really competitive. And I think that's helped me, throughout my career with Senior Life, but also going back and looking at, trying to always prove the doubters wrong.
Absolutely.
And so I walked on and ended up starting for 3 years and earned a scholarship, was team captain my senior year, and then had a short stint with the Atlanta Falcons. And when all that got done, I really started trying to weigh out my options in terms of what I want to do with my career. And one of the things that my father had always talked about is you want to try to find a company that's growing that you can grow with. Every company has to start somewhere.
Absolutely.
And big companies don't just happen. They don't just pop up every single day. So if you find a company that has a vision of being big, then you can really get in, and timing's important with everything. Timing's important with life, but timing's important with your career choices as well. And I'll never forget, I'd met Ron, who's obviously our owner and president, when I was in high school. And I just stayed in touch with him over the course of several years going to college. And when I'd come back to town, I'd try to stop by and say hey to him. And he'd gotten in his accident in 2009.
Yes.
And I'd gotten the phone call actually when I was with Atlanta, finding out that he had become paralyzed and was not doing good and didn't know if he was going to make it or not. And that was, I think, in July.
But you had a very interesting job interview after everything with the Falcons kind of ran their course, and then you actually interviewed with Ron while he was recovering, right? What was that like?
Yeah, you know, I was going through several different job interviews. I had kind of taken the mentality, you know, I was going to give the NFL one shot. If it worked out, great. If not, you know, no big deal. And, you know, because I really believe that, you know, from the individual standpoint, everything's about mindset. You know, our theme this year is mindset is everything. So, you know, a lot of people think that if you don't make it in one thing, that you have no chance in anything else. And I think that's the furthest thing from the truth. I think you can be successful in anything that you put your mind to. You know, and it obviously helps if you can do something that you love. And I think that's where, as kids growing up, most people, if you're playing sports, you love sports, and it's that competitive nature. And it's having the ability to transition the competitive nature in sports into business and into what we do. And that was, I probably took me a couple months once I started with Senior Life to make that transition. You know, you really have to be able to kind of look forward. And what's interesting is, you know, as life goes on and you talk to people and hear, you know, everybody's always talking about their war stories.
Right.
And everybody's always talking about their glory days.
When they play football at Auburn.
Yeah, exactly. and you know, to me, it's all about, okay, that was the past, but let's talk about more important where we're going.
Is that what you and Ron discussed? Because like I said, you had an interesting job interview. It was in the hospital. Ron was recovering, and then you interviewed for the job.
Yeah.
What was that conversation even like in that moment?
You know, so I had a job interview with a company down in Tampa, Florida, and I was driving back up to Atlanta with Lindsay, we were engaged then, and I said, you know, I'm just going to call Ron. And I called him, and he answered, you know, and said, man, I've always thought about you working with Senior Life. I'm actually up here at Shepherd's in Atlanta going through rehab. Why don't you come by and let's talk? And I hung up and I looked at Lindsay and I said, can you believe that? I said, you know, here's a guy that was paralyzed in July, had his whole world turned upside down. And this 24-year-old kid just called him out of the blue. He answers in the hospital and says, hey, come talk to me about Senior Life. I mean, that in itself was, I think, a big, a big just overwhelming arch of the type of person that he is. And how passionate he is about what we do. And so I went and sat down, and he's literally in the hospital bed. And what he did that day for me is he really cast a direction of where the company's headed. And this is going on 10 years now.
Yeah.
And what he talked about is really one big thing, growth. And how we have a mission of being a household name. And the only way we do that is if we find good people that want to go do something. And so I've always taken the same approach with Senior Life as I did with my athletic career, which is you're always the underdog. And as the Eagles center said when they won the Super Bowl, underdogs run, or hungry dogs, and hungry dogs run fast.
Yes.
And so every day we're trying to be aggressive and intentional with our actions and with our decisions to help us continue to grow. And I want to look back on our glory days in about 15, 20, 25, 30 years, because we have such a young staff here at Senior Life.
Absolutely.
And a dedicated group of people that if we can stay together and we can focus on the things that matter, we'll look back and we'll be able to say, man, can you believe what we accomplished in our career?
Yeah.
We helped play a part in taking a small company in Thomasville, Georgia, where everybody thought the odds were stacked against them. Everybody said that Ron and Dale had no chance to do what they've done. And through hard work, through determination, through focus, and just being relentless every single day, we were able to create $1 billion insurance company.
And that's definitely something that's going to be happening sooner than later.
one person that you talk about a lot, a very, very wonderful human being, your father, Mr. Allen, he is the CEO of a very large company. Kind of explain and talk about like what his influence is on you professionally.
You know, I've definitely been blessed growing up and having him as my father, having him as someone to talk about with business, talk ideas. But one of the things that again, a lot of people don't see is he started off on a bread truck and he worked through college. And if you want to be successful in anything, you have to put in the time. And a lot of people get discouraged, you know, and life happens. You know, you can think that you have the best career ever, and then something off the field happens and it distracts you, and then you start to turn. But from my relationship with my father, what it did to me again is it showed me that, you know, a lot of people are looked at in this successful light that I don't know how they did that. You know, they just must be different. And what it's done with me is it's just shown me that it's all in what the individual wants. And I think it boils down to how bad do you want it? He's worked his tail off for 40 plus years. And there's a lot of people at Flowers that have done that. And, you know, they have a team culture. Again, when you look at their executive team, I really feel like it's a forecast of where Senior Life will be. Because you have a lot of people that have 25, 35 years experience, and they've all been a part of this growth over the last 15 to 20 years of really going through several different acquisitions and building and growing a large organization.
So what, your father's a big dog at that company. You are one of the hardest working people I know. You could have gone an easier route. You could have gone a route that didn't require as much work, something that you could have even been as successful as you are now, but put in far fewer hours, quite possibly. I don't think that's the nature of who you are, but that could have been the route if that was the type of person you were. Why didn't you just go work at Flowers?
You know, it really boils down to no disrespect to any other company out there, but the growth opportunity at Senior Life is much greater than any other company that's out there right now. I mean, at its core, if I had to pin it on one word, it's called growth. And I think when you, again, look at Senior Life, where we are today with the mission that we have, there's going to be a lot of people that actually take advantage of this and reap the rewards of it. You know, in our business, the most successful people are typically the ones that stick at it and stay at it the longest. And it's got to be that drive. And I think that starts at the top with Ron, you know, and I don't see how anybody can ever make any excuses about complaining about this day or that day when you look at what Ron goes through on a daily basis. I mean, something as simple as what we all take for granted, getting out of bed. You know, how can you not be excited to get out of bed and put your feet on the ground and take a shower and get ready and be dressed in 15, 20 minutes? You know, and go help people every single day. And that's kind of what drives me is I know how bad Ron wants it. And so I know that if he's that determined and we can just as a team take just a little tiny piece of his passion and drive, that's going to carry over tenfold for us as a company because he's the driving force behind it, and we have to go execute the plan every single day.
Absolutely. His passion is, you can't even measure it. It's so high. It's so crazy. You know, we've talked before, you know, you have talked about your coaches before. We just talked about your father. What does Ron Powell mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's, you know, he's somebody that I look up to, somebody that I admire, somebody that I respect tremendously. He's a great friend. And, you know, he's the one that is driving the ship every single day with us. He wants to win. He's competitive. He can't go like what he used to. So all that means is we have to take on more responsibility for ourselves to get to that end result. And the thought process that he has, the outlook that he has, the fun that he has on a daily basis, I mean, it's something that you'll always take with you. I mean, you guys know when we go on these trips, he just has that charisma, you know, and
yes,
it's kind of like, you know, if Ron Powell is at the event, you know, you can easily find him because you'll have 25 people huddled around just wanting to say, hey, I mean, that's who he is. And
that's company events. You take him to a room where nobody even knows who he is, he still walks out a celebrity.
He does.
Every time.
but that's just who he is. And I think it comes just from the genuineness he's got about life. And, you know, when you look at our career and his career, you know, I think what he does is he wants it more for people than they want it for themselves. And I think that's a big piece. And what can be frustrating is you see people have all the talent in the world and you see that they've got the ability to just do great things. But for some reason, they're okay with accepting mediocrity. And I think a lot of that comes from just the belief that people have about themselves. Kind of going back to sports for a second.
What a surprise.
Exactly. But a lot of people think, and I go back to, you know, Auburn. And, man, we had some of the best people on that team and on every team. But a lot of people think that if they can't be successful and make it to the NFL, again, that they've got no chance in anything else. But with our career and with what we do here at Senior Life, that's probably one of the most attractive things to me about it is it doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter, you know, what background you come from, you know, whether you're white, black, who cares? It all boils down to what's inside. And that's, you know, when I was going through the combine and all that stuff and they're measuring, you know, the distance from your thumb to your pinky.
Right.
And how high your vertical jump is, how fast. They're doing all these measurables. But the one thing you can never really measure is how bad somebody wants something and the sacrifices that they'll make to go out there and hit their goal. And that's, again, I've seen people that have bounced from job to job to job to job and been broke their whole life.
Right.
And then start with Senior Life and start making six figures their first year. I mean, think about that. You don't have to be a mathematician.
Right.
You just have to plug into a system that was created by people that know how to do this.
Yeah. Because that's something we talk about a lot. It's as simple as just following the system. What's the system?
Yeah, I mean, I think the system, you know, you could write it down on a sticky note. And it really boils down to getting out there and seeing people. So what's unique about Senior Life is we have a lead program. And a lot of people think of insurance as I have to go out there and talk to my friends and family and try and sell them, you know, a policy and then try to hire them after I sell them a policy.
And a lot of other companies do that. That is a regular thing. So that's, you know.
And that's kind of placed a bad stigma, I think, on the term insurance.
Yes.
But for us, it's completely different because there's no cold calling. We bring the customers to you. And so every single day, it's like you're opening the stores to your business. And Senior Life is saying, here comes, you know, 10, 15, 20 customers every single week. So our system is we run lead, or we do TV commercials. We do direct mail. We do social media advertising. And we have people that say, hey, I want to find out more information about your product. Your job's simple. Give them the information they requested.
Right.
You know, and so the system is work 20 leads a week. Be at the first house Monday at 9, work till dark. Repeat that process on Tuesday and Wednesday. If you're growing and building a team, help whoever's the lowest producer on your team on Thursday. And then on Friday and Saturdays when you recruit and train, and then the lowest producer from that week is riding with you first thing Monday morning. And it's that simple. And we want you to have a goal of making 15 presentations per week. If you do that, you're going to be successful.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
That's it. 20 leads, 15 presentations, go make it happen.
And you've seen people time and time again have a tremendous amount of success just by following that simple system.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people that have come to Senior Life as a one-man dog and pony show. And within about a 3, 4, 5 year period, go to making $50,000 to $100,000 a month following this system. And that's, I think, you know, you see a lot of people touting a system out there. But go and look at what Senior Life has been able to accomplish. And you start with when Ron and Dale started, and started dead broke with no money, sorting through leads in the living room floor of their trailer, driving 6 hours one way to go knock on doors, and went from that position to making over $1 million a year in a 5-year period of time, to buying their own insurance company in a 12-year period of time. And that was kind of one of the things I remember going back to my father. One of the things that I remember him talking with me about is when I was getting done with school, I was done. I didn't want to take any more tests.
College or high school?
College.
Okay.
I was ready to be done. And I remember I said, to my dad, I said, I cannot see how somebody would want to go to 8 more years of school to be a doctor.
Right.
I mean, and he said, well, Robert, he said, 8 more years for the rest of your life isn't really a big chunk of time when you're looking at having a great career.
Right.
And so it kind of hit me from that standpoint. And then when I started looking at Ron, Ron dropped out of college as a freshman.
Yep.
And was 18. And in 12 short years, he bought an insurance company.
Yeah.
So think about that for a second.
Really think about that.
Think about that for a second. He basically went to med school.
Right.
But his 12-year education made a generational impact on his family.
And a lot of families after that as well.
All of our families.
Exactly.
And his kids. And with where we're going, his kids. So it kind of just goes right back to hard work. Whether you want to be a doctor, whether you want to be a lawyer, which my brother-in-law is going through right now, and he'll tell you it's hard work. I mean, a lot of people think that it just happens, and it doesn't. You have to create it.
Yeah.
And it gets created in the areas where you've got to do things that others won't, so you can live like others can't.
There you go.
And if success really happened from 8 to 5, then everybody that worked in 8 to 5 would be super successful.
Right.
It comes in the weekends. It comes in the late night calls. It comes in having the whatever it takes mentality. Again, our marketing team here knows kind of firsthand about that.
You don't say.
I can think of the times we go on the road to try to help people and help our regional vice presidents, help our agencies and agents and managers. And we're setting up a room at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I think that's the mentality that's going to take us to the next level, because everybody here wants to win.
Absolutely.
And the way you win is by staying at it and not getting distracted. And it's easy to get distracted. It's easy to get distracted in life. It's easy to get distracted in business, because a lot of people want to look at what others are doing instead of what they can do. Well, if I had your money, if I had your background,
right,
if I had your silver spoon, none of that matters. Quit making excuses.
Right. Because Ron Powell didn't have any of those.
What do you want to do today? What's keeping you from taking that first step today and going out there and following a system that works? You're talking about following a system that has made millions of dollars for individuals. Why are you trying to deviate from it? Because yours is better?
Right.
Well, when you buy your own insurance company, you can have whatever system you want.
Absolutely.
But the amount of people that have started off as insurance agents and sold enough policies of the product that we still sell today to buy their own insurance company is probably less than 5 or 10 in the history of America.
Right.
And we're just saying you can write it down on a sticky note.
Right.
20 leads, 15 presentations, help people.
Right.
Go do it.
There it is. Between that, how excited do you get? Because you're heavily involved with recruiting, being the VP. That's always kind of been your main focus, or at least for a very long time with your time with the company. How excited do you get whenever you bring somebody on board who becomes an RVP or a manager, or somebody who does see that tremendous amount of success? Like, how do you feel when you do that? Because, really, people may not realize you as VP, you are actually doing a service to many, many others by trying to bring them on board. What kind of feeling do you get when you bring somebody on board and they wind up excelling?
I think from the mentality, I really believe we're here to serve others. And that I think is where it has to start. And what's exciting is seeing those people take advantage of it. And I'll tell you a perfect example right now. We've got a guy that just started. He came over from another company, and he just had no opportunity. And it's easy for people to get jaded because they think everybody's the same.
Right.
But when what we have is real and what we have is different, and you see people actually get excited and plug into it, it's a game changer. And so this gentleman has written close to $7,000 in his first week. In his first week.
First week, $7,000.
$7,000. And so think about that. I mean, here's somebody that's out there working every day, that's taking advantage of the opportunity. I was talking to him at 7 o'clock this morning, and he's talking about how excited he is. And I'm at 6 o'clock his time. So,
right.
Just it's all about working together and riding that momentum. Momentum's important, especially in sales. And so you've got to, as our good buddy Mark Tarola always says, all gas, no brake.
Right.
And when you got momentum, you want to be all gas. And, when you are struggling, you have to work that much harder to create momentum. And in sales, it's easy to get discouraged because you're dealing with the law of numbers. And we talk about baseball a lot too. And
no, we don't. We talk about football. It's football.
I'm trying to diversify a little
Thomas,
bit.
It's like you're the coach and he's the quarterback.
But think about it like this from the baseball standpoint, that the difference between being a major league all-star signing a $200 million deal versus the guy that's bouncing around in the minors boils down to one extra hit per week. One extra hit per week is the difference between having millions and millions of success versus league minimum.
Yeah.
And that really is about 3 for 10.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 for 10, you're one of the best that's ever played.
Right.
But think about the mentality that batter has when he steps in the box. If he steps in the box and he's thinking, well, the odds are against me, statistically speaking, I'm probably going to strike out, ground out, or fly out. If you have that mentality when you step in the box, you're going to be terrible at baseball.
Right.
You got to step in with the mindset that I'm going to do my job and I'm going to make it. I'm going to make a play. And when you have that mentality with what we do, it's the same thing. If you go 3 for 10 or 4 for 10, you're going to have success here. And it's not always about what just happened. It's about keeping that right mindset at the next house or on the next phone call. And what's cool about us is how we really try to use technology to facilitate success. I mean, think about our Leads the Way app. I can be sitting right here and I had to turn my phone off, but I can actually have a customer call me right now off our TV commercial and it rings to my cell phone.
Yeah.
I can pick it up, I can talk to them, and 25 to 45 minutes later, I can hang up and I could have made between $300 and $700 in advance commissions.
Just like that.
In 45 minutes. Where else can you really go and do that? Where else can you go and be your own boss, work your own schedule, your own hours, be anywhere in the world, and in 45 minutes make $500?
Yeah, definitely.
Regardless of background, education, whatever the case may be. And I think that the more we do this, and the more that people start to gravitate towards senior life, the more people are going to really see that this is a great career. Because if you're working a job, if anything happens, unless you've been plugging into some 401k, you don't really have anything.
Right.
And what people don't understand in our business and don't.
All right, and we're back. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch break. We did have a couple technical difficulties, but whenever it's a live show and I told Kent I was going to bust his chops because he's the producer of this program, but I'll kind of save him that, and I'll make fun of him in private. But we're going to keep the show rolling. We have a very exciting announcement and presentation in front of the main screen. We have Doug and we have David, and they're going to share some really wonderful things about the other person on stage, and I'm going to go ahead and let them take that away.
So I want to congratulate Bianca for breaking the record for the most production written in a single week all over the phone. I believe it was 44 applications, over $28,000 in business. That is amazing. And my favorite part is as soon as you heard there was a record, you made a game plan, you executed, and you broke that record. So I want to present you with this belt right here. You're the champion, leader of the pack.
Gotta put it on. You DS.
Really?
Why not?
my goodness. I don't think it's too heavy for me.
Let's say that looks great on you, Bianca. Of course I can.
Weighs a ton. Might weigh more than me. That's good.
And then also to this amazing Hungry Dogs Run Fast trophy, 28,161.
And 72 cents. She deserves it.
Thank you.
It's backwards, Bianca.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, weighing me down.
All right. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure.
You want me to hold that for you?
Yes. Whew, man, that's like a really big accomplishment for myself. I'm really grateful to all the home office, Doug, Dave, Jen, everybody that supported me over that entire week. It was very stressful, but I'm super excited and proud of myself that I was able to accomplish that. I think I've proven time and time again that anything that I set my mind to since I've been here, I've been able to accomplish. And I think the only reason why I've been able to accomplish those things is my support system. You know, my mentors, my family, the home office, my agents, everybody that just continues to root me on. I'm very, very grateful. And my message to any new agent is that literally anything that you want, any goal, any dream that you have, you can accomplish here at Senior Life. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations again to Bianca, and a special thanks to Dave and Doug and everybody else that's a part of that major support staff for Bianca. So as we turn to the next segment, we have a special panel discussion. These two women are consistently at the top of the leaderboard. One of the things I think that's special about Senior Life is, you know, we are really big believers in empowering women to plug into this opportunity, and these two lead the way every single month along with several others. So without further ado, we're going to have a panel discussion with Jen, Bianca, two of the ladies from Louisiana that are constantly over $40,000 every single month in personal production, all while growing a team, all while raising a family, and nobody else better to help really moderate this panel discussion than your fearless marketing director, Thomas Roach. Thomas always gets to cut jokes at me every single time, and so it's good to be on this side for a moment and just really no jokes about Thomas. He takes his work very seriously. He's very passionate about Senior Life, and we definitely have worked together for 10 years, and it's a blessing to have him as a part of the Senior Life family. I'm excited for the future of the marketing department as we continue to grow, and Thomas is leading the charge every single day. So a big thank you to Thomas, all that you do, a friend and a co-worker and part of the Senior Life family. So with that being said, please help me welcome Thomas, Jen, and Bianca for a panel discussion.
Where's the applause at? That was Robert's opportunity to really, really crack a joke about me. That was his chance in his moment. And then he made me look worse because he took the high road completely, which is usually the case. But thank you to Robert. Thank you for that introduction. And thank you to you ladies for coming to visit us today. You guys drove from Louisiana?
Yeah.
How was that? How was the road trip?
Brutal. We fought the whole way.
Okay. All right. As sisters would. So Bianca, you broke the record, and it was an extremely high number. And I remember, and kind of refresh my memory, we put out a video. The previous record holder, of course, was Joey, one of our RVPs, one of our longtime. He's been with us about 20 years or so. What was it like when you saw the video? How did that motivate you? What was going on? Kind of remind me the story about that.
So I guess I kind of look at myself as like a secret agent, like a ninja. Like I'm always looking for people that share their secrets and whatnot so that I can implement that into what I'm already doing.
Absolutely.
And so I was looking on YouTube and I saw that video and I was like, and I had always heard about him breaking the record, but I was like, man, he only did that with like 40 or 50 leads because that's what I'm used to getting every single week.
Right.
But then he shared his secret and said that he did it with 200 leads. And I was like, oh, wow, yeah, I could do that. And that's really how it started. And I called up Doug and I was like, I want to try to beat this record, right? And I need to get 200 leads.
Yes.
And he was like, all right, let's do it. And that was
And there it is.
basically how it happened. So at Senior Life, don't share your secrets because people are coming for you.
But records, of course, are meant to be broken.
Yeah.
And shouts out to Joey. He was so gracious about passing the torch. And even if you watch that video, whenever we posted it, he did say, like, he wanted somebody to break it.
Yeah.
And then who better to break it than you?
Yeah.
So definitely congratulations and good job on that. Jen, for you, what did that mean for you whenever you saw her, like, in the beginning of that, saying she was going to go for it, and then as it went, like, what was that whole process like for you?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it was intense. Just kind of like watching her just stay focused, and it just kind of became her little every beck and call. And just kinda, all she had to do was like snap the finger or ring a bell or something. And I was like getting it for her, just to keep her motivated, so she wouldn't have to leave her seat. So it was super, super inspiring. Just to know that like Bianca is a mother of 2 toddlers and doing it on her own. So it was really inspiring. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't mean to make you misty-eyed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you actually recruited her, right?
No.
So how did that work? What was going on with that?
So Bianca and I have a history together.
Okay.
David recruited her, but it was a little process. I had to step in a little bit and just kind of like show her that, yes, look, B, it's me.
Right.
We've been knowing each other for like 7 years. Like we have long history, and I guess for Bianca knowing where I came from to see what I was doing, and knowing David and what David's been through, and where he came from and what he's doing, it just kind of just had to like basically water the soil that he's already planted. So.
Speaking of watering the soil, you're not going to cry this whole time, are you? Because I mean, I'm not ashamed. That might make me cry. So we'll all just be up here together.
I'm the crier.
So what was it about Jen's experience though for you? Like, so you guys knew each other for a long time, but what was it? What was like the defining moment for you to make you want to actually come on board?
So what happened was like way back when me, Jen, and Dave, we all worked at another company together, and I actually recruited Jen.
Okay.
At that company, and that's how she met Dave.
Right.
And then coming here, her showing me her pay stubs. That was like the defining moment. Like $1,000 this day, $1,500 this day, $2,000 this day, and I was like, "What the heck?" Like that's the proof, right there, because the numbers don't lie. And just Dave constantly, literally chasing me down after I was like blowing him off. Just again, if they could do it, I could do it, and that's
that's
how
pretty
it happened.
amazing. Kind of explain to me, what does David mean to you as far as his mentorship and his leadership? Because you are very hard pressed to find somebody more motivated, somebody that will definitely push people, somebody that is just an amazing coach. It's really hard to find somebody better than that. So for you, Bianca, what does David mean to you and his leadership? Oh wait, I'm not trying to make you cry.
I mean, we're all a family, and Dave means a lot to me, all of his support. And I mean, he's more than a mentor. He's a friend. He's a family member. And I mean, we've cried, we've laughed, we've been mad at each other, cursed each other out, and all the things that families do, I guess you could say. And so it just means a lot to me just to have somebody like Dave. He's so driven. He's such a hard worker. He's constantly feeding himself so that he can feed us. And that's super inspiring to me. He's probably one of the best mentors I feel like I've probably ever had.
Wow. Does it ever get difficult though? Because when you have somebody like that, you definitely have to work hard. And I think about how much he just contacts my department like on a normal basis. So I can't even imagine like how much he contacts you guys. So with that, do you ever feel any kind of pressure or anything whenever he's pushing you along and trying to get you going?
I work well under pressure.
Okay.
As
you've proven by getting that belt.
I love the pressure. I think that's like part of this business is it's pressure.
Absolutely.
And so I love it, and I'm sure probably.
No, I can disagree. I hate being under pressure.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I go. So like for me, I call David often, a lot. I always call David. I still call him. Even though I'm like self-sufficient now. But I still cry to him, like walking moments.
And just
and David's always got just the right thing to say at the right moment. And I'm like, okay, Dave, thanks. I appreciate that. Click. But I mean, David's just a super, super huge part of my life.
Yeah.
Changed my life. He's changed my financial blueprint, So like going back to the whole Isagenix thing or whatever it was that we were doing prior to this, her and David had they fell off. I was still doing it 4 years later.
Oh, wow.
Not really making much money, but I still stuck with it, because it was just, I felt maybe, but it did set me up for this moment here.
Oh, wow.
Because I was, a stay-at-home housewife, selling jewelry online. But prior to that, I was doing all this stuff
Right.
to prepare me for this moment.
I got you.
So. But I do have to say, I did train her.
Right. Right.
So she got the luckiest of it.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, like David's just, I think that he's so selfless.
Right.
So giving.
Absolutely.
When it comes to his agents, it's about his agents.
Right.
What do you need? What can I do for you? If it's important, he's on the phone with you right away. So there's not ever a moment where we're stuck wondering what if, what, how, who,
Right.
how do I do this? Never that moment, and this is never a dull moment with David. So
Right.
always an
Our kids
honor.
feel this, like little children.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're very spoiled.
All
yeah, we're like his little children, like his little girls, So,
Right, right.
and I know he's got his hands full a lot. There was a meme I shared with him. It was like a little boy like spinning his sister around while like doing her hair.
Right, right.
And I was like, look, Dave, that's what you're doing with
Same
us.
thing. Right.
You're prepping us for the world.
Absolutely. That's amazing. So
Yeah.
for you, whenever he came on board and then for you to come on, like you said that you stuck with the previous thing that you were doing for so long, were you scared to start working with Senior Life and with David over here?
So for me, I'm a go-getter. I'm fearless. I jump in head first, all body,
Right.
everything. Bloop.
Right.
Let's just see what happens. So
Yeah.
when this, I've actually made more money than I've ever made in my entire life.
Oh, wow.
And it's something that I love and something that I hold dear to my heart because of what's happened to me when my mom passed.
Okay.
So I have history there of being taken advantage of. And just.
And
being
you were
able-
talking about that yesterday, like about how much the casket alone
Yeah,
wound up costing
yeah,
that situation. and everything.
right. Yeah, so like my mom's funeral cost me a good $20,000.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what the casket cost. I know it was about 10 grand or higher. So, just being able to stand in for my clients, and I've done it before, time and time again.
Right.
Helping them get prices reduced, just being that voice and an advocate for them. So like this has just been a huge vessel, and like I would try to share it with everybody I know.
Right.
Just to show them that the opportunity is real.
Mhm.
Because like I come from nothing. I was living in the streets of California growing up as a kid. So
Right.
here I am today, like.
Right.
Like, on a stage in the spotlight,
Right.
like people know my name, and it's crazy. It's scary at first, but then like you're like, wow, this is real. And the money's there, and the opportunity, and the people to be helped.
Yeah.
So.
And you mentioned about, trying to tell everybody about the opportunity. Bianca, if you could kind of speak like about the importance of your warm market and those people close to you and sharing this opportunity, the importance of that. Because I don't know if everybody really realizes that a lot of people, with a lot of recruiting projects and the things that they do, a lot of times they talk to just people who are already agents, people who are in the business, and who might even be a stranger to begin with on that first conversation. How important is it to you to talk to those immediately around you about this opportunity?
So me and Dave have this conversation a lot because, literally everybody that he's recruited that's been successful
Right.
was people that he knew already.
Right.
Right. And so I think that that's important because you have that trust there, and you have the person that has the belief in you because they know you.
Right.
And they have the opportunity to be a lot more coachable because they trust you. Right. And so that's something that I'm trying to work on more is reaching out to people that I know, because like it doesn't just happen overnight.
No.
Dave literally stayed on me for a year.
Oh, wow.
Right before I ever decided to jump in.
Okay.
Right. And just that constant, just being there, like, hey, how are you doing? Like, not super aggressive, but
right.
just checking on me. And that sometimes it's just about planting the seed. It may not happen today or tomorrow. It might be 3 months or years from now, but people are watching. Right. And I think, social media too is another important thing because all your friends are on social media. Definitely. Right. And just posting about your success and your story, it makes people, I think, want to be a part of that.
Definitely. Kind of to switch gears a little bit, you being a mother and having kids and trying to juggle this career and at the same time to go for such a record, with everything that you have going on in your life, there's probably a lot of people where a story like that would resonate with them. But they might be a little fearful. You have to study, you have to get licensed. There is a little bit of cost up front. What do you say to people like that are a little afraid, they may not have somebody that's already here?
Right.
What do you tell to them whenever you would think that this would be the opportunity for them?
So I had the same fears. It took me a year to take the course. You know what I mean? I put it off. And it came time to I was just in a really, really low spot. And it was like, I need to either do something or just give up.
Right.
You know, and it was, I'm not the person to give up. And my kids, I mean, they literally push me to do this. You know, I think parents and people that have children, they hustle and grind the hardest,
Right.
because we're all they have.
Absolutely.
You know, and when I do feel like giving up, I look at my kids. You know, and they are the ones that make me keep pushing forward. So, you know, like single moms or people that have children, like Mitch Connor said something to me the last time we were here at the home office. He said, you know, what's something that is challenging in, you know, growing your business? And I was like, being a single mom, you know,
Right.
it's hard. And he's like, you know, but the cool thing is what other opportunity can you go to being a single mom with 2 small babies and make the kind of income and have
Right.
the type of time freedom that this opportunity provides?
Definitely.
And that was like, you know, that's
Definitely.
so true.
And then Jen, what about you? You already mentioned to us, you know, you even spent a time where you were actually homeless, and then now you're with a company where you've been in the top 10 as a producer, #1 multiple times. But somebody who their beginnings may be humble, they may also be afraid. What do you tell them?
I mean, you know, yeah, I was afraid too, you know, but I mean, I knew that if I didn't do something different, my children would never experience a life that I've never had.
Right.
So I want my kids to have something that I've never had in my life, you know. You know, my son's 19, you know, he watched me this whole year and a half. November makes 2 years I've been with the company. You know, he's watched me this whole time, you know, and I was like, okay, so he graduated high school last year. I'm like, okay, Blaine, so what are we doing here? Are we going to college? What are you doing? He's like, nah, Mom, I think I'm going to do what you're doing. It only makes sense.
Right.
You know, so fast forward to today, he's licensed,
There you
he's
go.
contracted, he's ready to rock and roll. So when
There you
Mom
go.
gets home, it's go time, buddy.
Right.
So I know he's watching too. So
Right.
yeah, just wanted to shout out my kids.
I guess a market gets no more warmer than the person that you made. So definitely congratulations and shouts out to him for making that leap.
Yeah, and it's definitely scary, you know, but like you have to, you know, get uncomfortable. And you got to be uncomfortable. If you're not uncomfortable, then you're not going to make money. You're going to stay broke.
Definitely.
You know, so I experienced that, you know, because I was always in a comfort zone, you know, like
Right.
what's comfortable for me. Where am I protected at? You know, I was super, super scared a lot about being unprotected or being uncomfortable.
Definitely.
The moment that I, you know, shifted and transitioned to something new and unfamiliar that I had no clue. I wasn't, you know, I went to college recently for like drug and alcohol abuse, you know, not insurance.
Right.
I had no clue about
Right,
this. Like,
right.
where the heck am I going with this? And
Here you are.
here we are. Like, yeah.
One thing I just kind of touch on, like you guys, since you guys do have a history with each other, you've known each other a long time. Maybe Bianca, if you could kind of tell me what Jen means to you as far as this opportunity, this experience, like currently, since this is, you know, where we're at now, what does she mean to you currently?
So, I mean, Jen's like a sister to me, you know, and granted, she trained me in the beginning, and, you know, it's crazy. I used to look at her and be like, I'll never be as good as Jen, you know? And I compared myself a lot to her in the beginning,
Right.
You know what I mean? And it kind of messed me up, right? Because, like, I'm my own person. And I
Right.
think a lot of people do that in this business is, like, you compare yourself to other people. And, like, you're your own person, you
Right.
know what I mean? And you have to beat yourself. I can't always be trying to beat Jen.
Right.
I drive
right.
myself crazy.
Absolutely.
You know, so, but Jen is very inspiring to me. She motivates me. We motivate each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? And now that we like work in the same office, we're like, we push each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's that competitiveness that I feel like drives you. Because if I don't have somebody like holding me accountable or kind of like pushing me, sometimes I kind of stray away.
I got you.
And so having that person that just challenges you every day, I feel like is super important. And I don't know where I would be without Jen.
Definitely. And Jen, is same question for you about Bianca.
So for Bianca is my wifey. She's my she's my accountability partner. I give her permission to, hey, if you see me slacking off on this,
Right.
I give you permission to tell me what it is. Call me out on my BS. Let me know what
Right.
I'm doing wrong.
Right.
You know, help me out here. So to watch her grow from like this person that I actually couldn't stand when I knew her 7 years ago when I first met her, like
Oh, wow.
I wanted to beat her up. I didn't like her. I was like,
Fair
I
enough.
just can't stand this chick.
Right.
I'm like, ugh.
Right.
But to see the woman and the mother and the colleague that she's turned into is just wow.
Definitely.
You know, so super proud of you, B.
You're going to cry through this whole thing, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a softie.
Maybe a little less sentimental. With what's going on right now, a lot of people have transitioned from field sales to telesales. There have been other companies, other people that talk about how that's ridiculous, it's impossible, you can't do it. But actually, if I recall correctly, you started doing that. You tried it for the first time last year during our incentive trip in Nashville.
Yes.
So what was that like being somebody who came in and did field sales, did extremely well at field sales, and then just for kicks on your vacation, decided to try to change it and try something a little different?
Yeah, so I was like, I took a live transfer and I was like, well, let me try this out, When I did it, I was like, no. I was like, I told David I will never do telesales.
Right.
It's hard. Props to the ones that do telesales. Like
Right.
it's not really per se hard. It's just a little different
Right.
as far as talking to people and painting a huge picture,
Right.
making them comfortable, making them trust you, as versus seeing in front of you face to face. Because I want to hug people.
Right.
I want to see your face. I want to read your expression. So it's a
Absolutely.
little different there. So yeah, Nashville was something else, and then fast forward to the pandemic.
Right.
We had no choice, and we had our best month, I think, when the pandemic first started. So
Right.
that was huge. So that's where we are now.
Well, all storms have rainbows, so this is eventually going to get past us.
Yeah.
And when it does, are you going to continue to do it on the phone, or are you going to go out in the field?
So I have this thing with Bianca all the time. It's a love-hate relationship with the
Right.
field and the telesales.
Okay.
Because I always go to her. I'm like, I think I'm going to field. She's like, Jen, well, this is what you got going on. This. I'm recruiting.
Right.
I'm training. I'm also managing.
Right.
And I'm also producing. So I'm doing all those things, and it's kind of hard because I used to not believe when Dave would say he'd have to ride around in circles all day when
Right.
dealing with us when he first hired us.
Right.
So I'm like, man, I had to do that one day. So now I think that I'm gonna just stay still,
Okay.
do the telesales things, and keep doing what I'm doing. And as agents come along and they
Right.
want to be trained in the field, I'll go out in the field and train them for the day.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So that's what I'm gonna do.
And you can do that because you've done both. What about
Yes.
you, Bianca, for going from field sales to telesales? You break the record with telesales, but was that transition hard for you?
It really wasn't. I remember being a little scared at first, and a bunch of people in Louisiana were going to the office, and I was just staying at home.
Right.
And I was like, I got to do it. So I took up all of my old leads that I couldn't see in person, and I just got on the phone. And I literally do the exact same thing that I do in the field over the phone. And I was like, oh my God, and I did $10,000 my first week.
Oh, wow.
And then the next week I did 12,000. I was like, wow, and I remember having a conversation with Doug. He's like, you're not going to go out in the field.
Right.
And I told Dave, I was like, no, I think I am. But I'm like, no, I'm really not. 'Cause
Okay.
it's, like I said, you're much more efficient.
Mhm.
I don't like driving around all over God's creation. And,
Right.
I do love being in front of people, but being on the phone, just what we do, recruiting, managing, producing, it's so much easier to do it just from, one spot.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
And so, yeah, it's definitely a no-go for me.
I got you. I mean, at the end of the day, as an agent, it's your job and your duty to yourself to figure out what best works for you.
Yeah.
And it's really awesome that you both were able to do both. So whenever you bring somebody on board, because you may bring somebody that doesn't want to do telesales,
Right.
and now you can show them and vice versa. So that's really awesome that you were able to do both of those. So kind of explain to me, Bianca, for yourself, where do you see the future for you with Senior Life?
So, I mean, I want to build my own agency. I look up to Dave and I look up to Doug, and, I definitely would love to be where they are at in the future.
Right.
And I mean, it's just sky's the limit. I think in the beginning when you're producing, it's all about helping the client, right? And getting that personal production. But
Right.
now it's more so turned into, I need to share this opportunity with people because it's blessed me so much that now I want to share this blessing with others.
Right.
And I feel like when you do that and you have that kind of attitude, your results just skyrocket.
Definitely.
And you end up getting blessed more. So that's really where I see my future.
Absolutely. And Jen, same question. Where do you
Yeah.
see yourself in the future with Senior Life?
I see myself kind of pulling Doug's chair and sitting in that.
All right.
So
Right.
I just, want to have $1 million agency.
Yes.
And more,
Yes.
I would like to, of course, grow with myself as well.
Definitely.
Just share this opportunity with, I was in Ron's office, and his piece of advice was to me, he's like, Jen, if I was you, I'd hire women. All
Right,
women.
right.
And I seem to have more luck with the women, because I'm all about that empower, just
Right.
want to empower them and show them that, yes, you can do this. Yes, you can be successful.
Right.
Standing up here right now, I feel like we're in the Grammys. Like I feel like
Right.
this is just crazy, you know. Like
Right.
so, yeah. I want to have a huge agency, you know,
Definitely.
and that way I can leave my kids, you know, a legacy, and they'll never have to want for anything, you know.
Definitely.
And yeah, so
Definitely. So I guess
building
with
an empire.
definitely with insurance, a lot of people thought that it was like, you know, an old man's game, and we learned through the two of you as well. We have Joanne and Kiki who are going to be speaking later, and they'll probably speak on the subject a little bit, that it is for anybody who's willing to work hard, you know. And there's a lot of people that may not have had quite an opportunity before, but definitely in the position you guys are in, you can definitely empower so many people. So we're going to go ahead and wrap this up, but I do appreciate you guys for coming here today. It's always just so wonderful and so inspirational, and just for you guys to be so transparent and to share your story and show how you started to where you are now. I already know for a fact that you guys' future is going to be absolutely amazing. And so I just appreciate, just me personally, you guys just taking the time and just always being so wonderful to me every time I've talked to you guys.
Absolutely.
And definitely congratulations on the record.
Yeah.
Congratulations on
Congratulations,
everything you guys are doing. Shouts out to Doug and David in the building. And I think what we have now is a message from my brother, Ramon. So we're going to let Ramon take it away.
Hello guys, Ramon Frias here with Frias Insurance Group, the Blake Group, and Senior Life. Sorry I could not be there with you guys. Had a small family emergency, but it doesn't matter. The show must go on. We excited, we inspired, we motivated, and we're gonna build this thing and take it to the next level. Hopefully, we're gonna have an opportunity to review what's gonna be happening in Thomasville, Georgia. We're gonna lay out the system how to continue to build in the best opportunity in America today. I do believe that with everything in me. Senior Life is a platform that can change your life forever if you allow us to change it for you. We're building, we're growing, we're motivated, we're serious about building a tremendous opportunity with Senior Life today. I promise you, we are going to be the #1 final expense company in the nation. Love you guys. Talk to you soon. Let's take it to the top. Thank you very much.
To my regular spot where I started the show, where I'm going to spend the rest of the show. Once again, big shout out to Jen, shout out to Bianca for just being so incredible and sharing their story with us and coming here today, driving here and admitting that they fought the entire way. I don't know how long of a drive that is, but that's still really incredible. So for our next panel discussion, I just kind of briefly mentioned them while we were talking. These two women are absolutely phenomenal. I can't say enough good things about them. And there's some more people in this company that I do consider very dear friends of mine. Our moderator, of course, is everybody's uncle, Uncle Mitch. And I guess Mitch did not get the memo to wear stripes today. I don't know. He got the pink, so close enough. So our next panel, of course, like I said, moderated by Mitch. And then we have Joanne and we have Kiki.
Thank you, Thomas. And I'm sure Joanne and Kiki can agree with me that I'm humbled and honored to be able to be in the presence of Jen and Bianca and everyone else and hear their stories. But personally, I'm just as humbled and honored to be with these two young ladies.
Thank you.
Early on in your career here at Senior Life, we connected. And I guess that's where I got the tag Uncle Mitch, because they're the ones to blame. And everyone calls me Uncle Mitch now. But I'm very appreciative for that title because I know that it means something to you and it means something to me because I've seen where you've come from in just a very short time. I know your backgrounds. I know what these ladies have been through. But I would like for you to take a moment and kind of share your past and where you were when you came on board with Senior Life. And Kiki, since you're holding the mic, we'll start with you first. Okay.
Okay. The previous things that I did was I worked for the government for 16 years. I started at the age of 22. I started as a regular agent, an entry-level agent. And as the years went through, I got more into the HR department. And like Uncle Mitch liked to call me also like a silent assassin. I started there just, organizing the office because I had a business before when I was 25 as an organizing business. So that's what they hired me there into the office to do. And I just started doing the payroll, and then never thinking that I would end up running the whole department for the Miami International Airport. But shortly after getting that position, I ran into, which was Ramon Frias,
Right.
at a wedding. Didn't know him, just the connection is crazy. And he offered me an opportunity of selling insurance, but really I didn't know what he did.
Right.
But I was just interested in, he was doing something, and it was something really good because he said he makes 6 figures and it was
Yeah.
legal, so I was on to it.
Ramon makes things interesting, doesn't he?
Yes, very interesting. And he was just like, just come to my office and I'll tell you. I'm like, okay, I didn't know what it was. And I ended up getting my license and started working, like, part-time, just dabbing in and out or whatever, and started making some crazy money. So I showed Joanne. I'm like, Joanne, look at my check. She's like, what did you do? I was like, I was selling insurance. I don't even know how I did it, but like I did it. And she was like, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. So Joanne started, maybe I think it was probably like 3 months or something after me, really shortly after I did. And we was with a previous company. We started working there, but it was kind of difficult for us the way the company was, the way it was structured. Joanne is our researcher. So y'all, like when it comes down to
Yeah.
research, and this is the one, I just give the second approval pretty much. So she's the digger. So
I call her the networker.
yes,
There
she
you go.
is the networker. And I'm like, since I'm government background, I'm the one that kind of puts it in line.
Yeah.
So yin and yang pretty much.
Yeah.
So from there, she gave me a lot of stuff to go over, and I was running the department, so I really couldn't look at it. And plus, she was sending me a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just one day, I finally looked at an opportunity, and I don't know, the one email I opened was the Senior Life opportunity.
Right.
And as you know, I'm a God-fearing woman. Like, that was God. Because out of all the emails, I don't know, how many did you send me? A lot.
Yeah.
I only looked at one, and the one was Senior Life, and I was sold, and I told
Right.
her we got to do this, and ended up back at Ramon
Right.
again.
Right.
That is crazy. Now, this is a new company. Got led back to Senior Life by Ramon. Ramon referred us to someone else, and we're here.
There you go.
And that's where and then I had no sales background. I had never sold anything. So, of course, as I got into Senior Life, it was a slow start because I had to, start selling. And then the approach was to do it over the phone.
Right.
And that's really difficult, especially with not having any sales background. So pretty much we started back in, February 2018.
2018. Yep.
By May 2018, Joanne resigned from her job, just a little of her part, and then I was right behind her.
Yeah.
And
So you guys kind of tiptoed into the business?
tiptoed in.
So not to get you
Yeah.
off track, but when did you really start experiencing success?
When we resigned. When we
So
resigned,
no more tiptoeing,
no,
right?
No, it was not right at the beginning. Literally, success was what an actual year. Our
Yeah.
anniversary is when the boom hit.
Right.
It exploded, and all that hard work, from that previous year, with me, I was
Right.
struggling. I struggled, trust me, y'all, I struggled. And knowing that Joanne was, selling, I knew it was possible, it just in my timing.
Right.
So I didn't give it up. I just continued to, follow her path. I just kept at it, followed your path.
Right.
And everyone all the mentors, Blake, you heard from him earlier today, Doug Blake, all of those. I have several mentors in the
Right.
business. So I just continued to do that, and there's that success.
So it was a big transition from a government job, no
Oh,
sales experience. Okay. So you
huge
guys,
experience.
you guys have different backgrounds, though.
Yes.
So if you will, Joanne, share your background, share your story.
Okay. So, Joanne Robinson. And basically, I came from actually a nursing background originally. My parents wanted me to be a nurse, and they paid the way, so I went. And after I graduated from nursing school, between the time it was time for me to take my boards,
Right.
I wanted to get a real job. I was just sick of leeching off of my parents. So I got like my first real job with a durable medical equipment company, and I got a promotion 3 months later, and I just never looked back.
Imagine that.
Yeah. So obviously, sales and leadership was my calling. And I was managing adults since I was, 22, 23. and the rest has been history. So that was all in a call center space,
Right.
doing sales management, leadership, as well as corporate training, quality training, right?
Right.
After that, it goes right into Kiki's story, right? Basically, I had hit the ceiling. Now we're on year 14 of doing this, right? And you're just basically comfortable, right? But you know there's more out there. You know you want more, but you've kind of hit the ceiling wherever you are, and that's exactly where I was, a crossroad almost. I was praying about it, God-fearing woman as well. Kiki told me about selling life insurance. I was like, well, pretty confident if I could teach someone to sell, I could sell, because by now I had been off, I hadn't been selling for years. I'd just been managing sales agents as well as training sales agents. So there's a huge difference of telling someone what to do or doing it yourself, right? So I was like, okay, I'm going to get back in the game. I was like, if Kiki, who had zero sales experience, the same way she said it, she was like, jump. Girl, I made thousands of dollars. I was like, what? I was like, okay. I said, I'm in. Because at first she was like, I'm getting my license. I was like, congratulations. Right? We're like, that's cute, Kiki. Keep it pushing. Because we were comfortable, right? And that's something you're going to hear throughout this entire conference is about comfort.
Right.
You heard Jen and Bianca. Benjanka, right?
Benjanka.
Benjanka.
Yeah, Benjanka.
Jen and Bianca talk about comfort. You've heard Robert talk about comfort. Doug talk about comfort. Uncle Mitch talk about comfort. Kiki. Like, that is the going rate here, is that everyone gets so comfortable. And the second you feel a little bit of discomfort, you're just like, okay, back up, give me my space, because you want to do it at your own time. And we had that. We had a lot of back and forth with that once we were tiptoeing, so to speak, into the business. But trust me, we did our fasting, we did our research, and finally, Senior Life, and I kind of did one of these to Kiki. I was like, look, no, I know I sent you 16 other companies, but this one is really, 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 really the one. Watch this one. And then I went back on her, I said, watch this one, Kiki. And immediately, like this, the following day, because I had looked up the company myself, but the following day I got an email in my inbox from Senior Life, and I said, okay, that's fate, because I've been praying for this. I've been praying for it, so the rest is history.
Let me ask you this, because both of you come from diverse backgrounds, but you have a common thread. You've been friends for a long time.
Yes.
Okay. So you influenced each other into making this decision.
Yes.
But looking back, and I would say that for the first few months, you did kind of tiptoe into the business. Would you change that?
No.
You wouldn't in your situation?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
The best part. I think that first year, definitely for me, was my best year. And that was one thing that my mentors kept telling me was put your all into it your first year and it's going to pay off.
Right.
And no matter what, I never had a plan B or a C or a D. I only had a plan A, because remember, I was department head. I was fine. I was salary paid. I already had a house. I had a daughter in college. So I had a good life. It was just complacency. So when I got here, it was just like I left my job.
All gas, no brakes?
All gas, no brakes. Because look, I can't go back and say, can I get my job back? Because literally, y'all, when we came here for this same conference, actually, we came here, we sat with Ron Powell right in his pool house. And Joe and I were sitting there, and literally, I didn't go back to work after leaving here that Friday.
Okay. So what I heard was, until you made a decision to jump in, okay, do a cannonball in.
Cannonball.
Okay, cannonball
Head first.
in. With Senior Life, you were tiptoeing in.
Yes.
But once you made that decision to do the cannonball.
Yes.
And just let it all
go. And I had
That's
so
when things
much.
started turning around for you.
I risked a lot. I put a lot on the line, but I had faith in myself. Like, I knew I could do it. Like, I can get this done. It was just something new. Of course, I was terrified at the beginning. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I had anxiety. I was like, okay, I've heard of anxiety before, but literally I used to break out in hives when the phone would ring for me to pick up for a customer.
I remember those days. I remember those conversations.
Yes. So, because it was just something new. And that's the thing when it's a good thing. When something new happens and you're nervous, that's good, actually. Even though we're like wired to get scared when something like that happens, but really it's a good thing. If you're nervous, then that's good.
That is good. So you both come from different backgrounds. You had a relationship though, so you're what I call the warm market.
Pretty much.
You know,
Pretty much.
So to me, that's how this business was started. Just a side note: a lot of the people who started this organization had a very close connection in the early years, and that's where our greatest success comes from. And you girls are proving that again with the way that you're partnering together to form your own insurance agency called
First Prestige
These are the
Insurance.
co-CEOs of First Prestige, and very proud of what you've done. Let's talk for a moment about the family dynamics, okay, and how that works in this business. Knowing you like I do, I do know that there are some differences in your family dynamics. Joanne, I'll start with you. Tell me a little bit about your family and tell our viewers and our participants in the sales conference about your family, okay?
So I am a proud wife and mother of one. My daughter is 9 years old. My husband, actually, speaking of family,
right,
also has his own agency now.
Yes.
He just made a year in the business in June 27th to be exact.
Awesome.
Made his 1 year from quitting his full-time job and cannonballing into the business, right? And the FEA United, shout out to FEA United. Basically, he was in the industry right before the recession. And that's a little fun fact a lot of people don't know about Torian Robinson. That he had dabbled in the insurance agency industry just for a little bit. Then the recession hit for him, and it didn't really work out well
Right.
in that particular time because he was a debit agent,
I got you.
right? So
I didn't realize he already had some experience.
he did.
So this is his second rodeo.
This is his second rodeo.
And he's riding that stallion pretty good
Yes,
right now.
he is.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. 'Cause he saw, but he's just been such a great support to me because, first of all, when you have that husband-wife dynamic, he had a great job with the city of Miami Gardens, and those
Right.
benefits are everything when you work for the city or a county or something like that. And I had to know that I can cannonball, so to speak, May 9th, 2018 with his permission, because if I waiver, we still got to have that income. These bills still got to get paid. So he gave me his full support. He said, Joe, we're going to do whatever we got to do to make sure
Right.
you win. And that's exactly what happened. And as soon as I started winning, it's tag, you're it. Get in the ring. Let's stop wasting time and let's mold our own path.
Right.
And that's basic. The rest is history.
So you got a great support system at home.
I do.
I was going to ask the question, was there any time that he was envious? But that's not the case here.
No,
He supported you in your efforts.
he's got my back.
And a lot of times that's not always the case. I know you're very thankful. Tori's a great guy. Tori, shout out to you. Love you, brother. You outpunted your coverage. With Joanne, though, just want you to know that. But it's good to see the dynamics of a husband and wife who truly support each other. Now, Kiki, I know that in your situation, it's a little bit different. Yeah, coming from a single parent family type situation. And you are the parent, right? Not the girls.
No, I'm the parent.
Okay.
I keep telling them, I have exactly a month until my birthday, so I'm going to be the kid and then they can be the parent.
Yeah, you got it.
But yes, I'm a single mother of two. I have a 20-year-old and a 14-year-old. And definitely they are my support, and I know they're watching me all the time. Right. So I definitely, tread very lightly because I know those girls are watching me.
Right.
And they have my back 100%, and they support me. I support them, and just paving the way for them with generational wealth.
Yeah, and you certainly do a good job. Did you ever use that as an excuse, or did you use it as something to motivate you?
Oh, my girls have always been my motivation. I wouldn't have never made any decisions unless it was for them. I always think of them first. Everything that I do, I think of them first. So I know leaving the government was a big risk, but I know it was going to be a greater thing for them in the future.
Yeah.
And I haven't even tapped into it yet.
Right. And so often people talk about, well, this is my why.
Yes.
But sometimes it's a lot of talk and no action.
Oh, no.
And that's the reason I wanted to bring it up, because that's
Okay.
one thing that you took a lot of risk in making that jump.
Yes.
But you saw the possibility of not just changing your life now,
Yes.
but
for the future.
changing that next generation. Your
Definitely.
children and their children. And that
That's
type
what
of,
I see it. I did do. I measured that.
Right.
I looked at. It only took me maybe a couple days because I had between Friday and Monday to make that decision with resigning from the government.
Right.
So I did do the math, and I'm like, okay, me staying there, waiting for retirement, a little 401k. Either I could take the risk now
Mhm.
and go ahead and jump into this head first and make a bigger thing at the beginning. So that's how I did it.
Well, speaking of changing people's lives, it's one thing to jump into something head first or cannonball in and change your own life and your own children. But Joanne, if you will, speak to what it means to have an opportunity to change the life of other people that you bring under your leadership, because people's made the people of the Blake Group, they're the leadership before you and the ones who are still mentoring you, they made a difference in your life and in Kiki's. So how are you paying that forward, and what does that mean to you?
So first of all, it means the world to me. And shout out to all my mentors who did bring Kiki and myself under their wings. Like, all of you guys are amazing. And you know who you are, who have played just that major role in my life. The darkest, the dark days, they're there. You laugh, you cry with these folks because they're literally molding you into who you're going to be, right? But it's an awesome, it's a great reward when you're able to pay that forward.
Right.
Only because, do unto others,
Right.
right? And that's how you stay blessed. It's just a matter of making sure you're pouring into the right people.
Right.
Because I've learned early on from managing adults since I was a kid
Mm-hmm.
that people will let you do what you let them.
Right.
And they'll take and they'll take and they'll take. So now that we've reached this, this point of our lives where we're able to make decisions as to who you're going to pour into,
Right.
right? Who you're going to make time for, because we're in the life insurance industry, right?
Yeah.
Our next second's not promised. You got to be meticulous as to who you're going to spend that time with, which agents, who are the go-getters and who are going to constantly fight and fight and fight, because Doug Blake's not going to waste his time. It's time. Uncle
Right.
Mitch is not going to put time on his calendar if you are not worth it. That's just
Right.
how I see it.
Yeah.
It's a luxury.
Well, if you're like me, and I think we've had this discussion, whenever we speak to people about the opportunity, we
Right.
always share with them what the expectations are that we have.
Yes.
Okay. And then those people who live up to those expectations, we let them know that this is what you can expect from us.
Right.
And very quickly, we've talked about it.
That's it.
Integrity, being coachable, a burning desire to succeed is
Yes.
what they need.
Yes.
We provide the product, the process, and since people are our greatest asset, if you're doing your part, we're going to pour into you, right?
And that's it. That's it.
And you guys certainly have been poured into, and
We
you
have.
are pouring into those
Right.
who are doing their part. And it all sounds good on this side of things. When on this side of the camera, we sound good to the ones listening in. But I know in my own career there were doubts, there were challenges along the way, and if I said that I never thought about leaving, I'd be lying. Okay, and if I didn't sometimes question myself, I'd be lying, or question the process. We're all human, so everyone goes through those times.
Right.
Okay, you personally have had those
Oh,
times?
we've had them. We've had them more often than not.
So how did you
You
pull through?
persevere. It's getting uncomfortable. Getting
Yeah.
uncomfortable and putting that accountability factor in there. I think that's the biggest problem with life, period. And
Mhm.
whatever work dynamic you have wherever you work, right?
Right.
It's accountability at the end of the day.
Right.
Am I gonna step up and say, Joanne, you're wrong? Get out of your way and just go to work.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that, right? So
And that's where the
it's-
integrity comes in. Not only being honest with the
Yes.
people that you're selling insurance to, and being honest with the company, but you got to be honest with
with yourself. If I know my production looks a certain way that week, it's because of me. It's
Right.
no one else's fault but mine. I know because I didn't put in the work that week. And it's just a matter if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line.
So your agency, your team that you built recently, a few months back, did
Right.
over 100,000.
Over 100,000.
When was that?
March, during the pandemic.
During the
right
pandemic.
Smack in the pandemic. Right?
Okay. So leading up to that, did you ever think that you would do 100,000 in March?
No.
Okay.
Not during a pandemic.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Like during
But
that
it did.
time, but before,
But it
yeah.
did.
Right. So what do you contribute that success to?
Teamwork.
Okay.
Teamwork
Working together?
and consistency.
Yes, teamwork.
Trust in the process?
Process.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely the process.
Okay.
Putting the blinders on.
So, Joanne, let me ask you this, because you guys are different, even though you're very close
Right.
in your
Right.
relationship. You come from different backgrounds. You have different family dynamics. Your sales techniques are different, I would dare say, and I can say this because I'm Uncle Mitch, okay? I'm family. I can say this.
Yes, you can.
That maybe it come a little bit easier for you
Right.
than it did for me.
Right.
Okay. So what do you have to steer away from in order to continue moving forward? Are there any things that keep you or hold you back, knowing the type of person you are? It seems like you just kind of fall off the log and it's easy when I see you out there and seeing you work and network with people. What do you think your biggest obstacles to overcome are?
It's a great question, Uncle Mitch.
Yeah.
Me. I'm my biggest obstacle, unfortunately. I get comfortable very easily. And I'm one who works best under pressure.
Yeah.
So, with our line of business.
Doug, you heard that, right? Okay.
He's like, I'll rewind it. But I work best under pressure. If it's easy for me, it's easy for me. So you'll see me go like this. And then I'll get the pressure from yours truly back there, and then I spike.
Yeah.
So that's just how I operate, and that's what's gonna keep me down
Right.
is me.
Well, we're our own
Yeah.
worst critics sometimes, so I don't see where you have any flaws in your approach to business. But I do know that we all have our demons per se that
Right.
we have to overcome, our challenges.
Right.
And Kiki, when I think about you remind me a lot of me. Okay. And when I say that early in the business, it didn't come real easy for me.
Yeah.
So how did you overcome that aspect of it? It didn't come easy early on. You were kind of anxious about what was going on. You left a career with the government. I mean, who does
Yes,
that?
right.
So how did you persevere through that?
My main thing is faith.
Okay.
Faith. That's what pushes me all the time. And I watching Joanne and some of the other greats in senior life, I know that it's there and it's possible. It's just within in my timing.
Yeah.
So even like now, I feel like we're gonna get there, and I just don't give up on the system or the company. It's not them, like she said before. It's within yourself, and I know I'm my worst critic, and it's me pretty
Yeah.
much. But it's there,
Yeah.
and it's just the faith and just moving towards that goal, setting those goals, and making a few adjustments and tweaks, and I'll
Right.
be there.
Well, one common thing that I'm hearing is surrounding yourself with the right kind of people.
Oh yes, I have
And
no
I
more
would
friends.
definitely say that the Blake Group, they're
Some
not
go-getters.
perfect, but they are go-getters and the right
Go-getters.
kind of people. And you guys
Yes.
encourage each other and compliment each other, not
Mhm.
just you two, but I think the whole leadership team. So with that being said, I know there are people that are listening in that have had successes and have had struggles. Just a last word of advice. What would you say, Kiki, to that
Mhm.
individual who may find themselves in your situation? And then I'd like to hear from Joanne before we close out.
Like I always say, at the Blake Group, if you stay close enough to the fire, you will catch fire.
Okay.
That's it. Just got to stay close enough, stay connected, stay on those calls, stay plugged in,
Right.
and you're going to catch fire at some time. It's crazy at the Blake Group. All you got to do is put your finger in there, you'll catch fire.
Yeah.
Right?
I believe it.
Yes.
I believe it. Joanne, what would you tell someone that finds themselves in a similar situation that you were in when you first came on board? What would be your advice to them?
Uh, my motto is always faith without work is dead.
Mm.
You got to do the work.
You got to put feet in your prayers.
You got to do it. You
Yeah.
got to do it. You know, we could wish and hope and pray to whoever, you know, you believe in, but you got to do your part. You know, and
Right.
when it comes together, I mean, it's crazy. That the blessings, they're just you got to open the windows and the doors and just accept it. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Well, ladies, like I said, I'm humbled to have the opportunity
Thank
to
you.
be able to
Thank you.
do this interview. I'm thankful that we have the relationship that we
Yes,
do,
we are
and
too.
and I know that you've given a lot of props to a lot of people within the Blake group, but I want to give props to you because you guys bring the best out in me,
Thank
and I
you.
really appreciate that. So, with that being said, we're going to turn it back over to our MC, Thomas the Man
Woo.
Roach.
Thomas the Man Roach. Is that what that is? That sounds like a very old school nickname, but I appreciate that, and I'll definitely take it. There you go. Shouts out to Joanne and Kiki. Definitely talk about Close to the Flame. They've been on fire for a very long time. And they're also extremely humble, you know, with all of their success. They didn't really mention about how they're kind of like celebrities within the company. Like, if you ever go to an event, like people take pictures with them, get their autographs. I try to get time with them, but I have to get in line, you know, just to be able to talk to them. So, but I'm just kidding. Those are my sisters right there, two people that I care deeply about because they are good friends of mine. And it's just amazing all the things that they've done with this company and all they've been able to do and all the trails that they have blazed so far. And the future for them is going to be incredible. So we do have a quick message, I believe, from my brother Leo. He wanted to say a couple words during our conference today. And so Leo's going to take it away.
Hey guys, Lino is here. I was on my way to Thomasville with my best friends, but something happened today, so we have no choice but to turn it back. So to Florida. So now, definitely in my mind, we had a plan, but in life things happen. So I feel so bad anyway. But now, since I can stop here to speak with you guys, I can tell you, physically I will miss you, but in spirit, definitely I will be there. And I know you are gonna have a great show tomorrow. And for those people that watching this video right now, I would like you to know whether old agent or future agent. So I would like you to know, years ago when I started at Senior Life, about 7 years ago, okay, you see that little baby discover a car? I didn't know personally if I can drive a car like this because I was so broke. But guess what happened? Today, I was gonna give you a surprise, guys, but things happen. So I hope everybody have a good time over there, and tomorrow I cannot wait to see everybody. We're gonna have fun. Let's enjoy everybody. Always, as I said, Senior Life, always for life. Okay? Thank you. Have fun, guys.
And once again, shouts out to my brother Leo for doing the video. Shouts out to Leo for doing the video. And I didn't realize he was going to be in front of the truck and flex so hard on us. So I appreciate him for doing that and always having amazing words for us anytime he speaks or helps us at our conferences. So our next presenter today is another amazing individual. We're really blessed today because we're surrounded by so many amazing people. And we spoke earlier during Jen and Bianca's panel discussion about this individual and about how motivated he is. And I think there's some people that you have to train to be a leader. And I honestly believe that there are people that are just kind of born that way. And this gentleman has shown that time and time again with his success with the company and all the things that he's done so far. And it's an amazing story. You're really going to enjoy it. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Mr. David Price.
Thank you, Thomas. I really appreciate all the kind words. And I really appreciate being up here and getting a chance to speak. And, you know, Senior Life Insurance.
So we got a couple technical difficulties. It's a live show. That's okay. That's all right. So we're going to just take 1 second and just get a couple things right on the screen, and then we're going to be ready to go. So we apologize about that. Shouts out to Kent Mallett because a little beat of sweat just went down his forehead whenever that happened. And me being his friend and supervisor, That's always fun and get everything right. But like I said, at this conference, we're surrounded by so many great individuals, so many people here with so many great stories that you can't help but be inspired by. So make sure that you're taking your notes. Make sure that after this is over, you talk to your upline. Make sure you do those things so you too can grow your business. See, we're surrounded by all these phenomenal people, but everybody that's watching this stream right now, everybody that's going to watch this afterwards are equally phenomenal. So there's a lot of things you can do with your business, a lot of growth that you can have, and it's going to be pretty incredible. So make sure that you do that after this. I can't say enough great things about everybody here. Uncle Mitch joined us today, and it was really cool whenever he did that, and he shared his story and he shared his words with us, because he's somebody that's been in this industry for a very long time, and he just has a lot of wisdom and a lot of great words and a lot of things to share. You know, when you really think about the history of Senior Life and you think about, you know, everything that's going on, you know, there's a lot of great things. And with Mitch, just follow me with the camera. With Mitch being a part of the company for as long as he has, you know, he is definitely a person that helped lay the bricks for everything that we've got. So thank you to Mitch for joining us today. Thank you to Doug, who's here today. And thank you, of course, to the gentleman behind me. And like I said, it's a live show, so these things happen. It's all good. But the story you're about to hear, once again, is just incredible. This man is a born leader. He's a great individual, somebody that I'm blessed to know. Can't we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's try this again. My brother, Mr. David Price.
Thank you. Thanks again, Thomas. And, you know, it's definitely a pleasure and an honor to be up here. And I really want to thank Senior Life Insurance Company. I think they're really setting the standard of how an insurance carrier should support its agencies. And then the Blake Group, we're setting the standard on how an agency should support their agents. And, you know, we're always trying to take it to the next level. We're never going to be static. We always know we could improve, and we're always looking to improve. And the minute we think we can't, it's just not going to happen. So I want to start off and tell a little story I was asked to speak about. And I started a hashtag when I first got in this business, and it was hashtag We Show Pay Stubs. And the reason why I started this hashtag is, you know, I'm a big social media guy, and you see all these people talking about these amazing opportunities they have, and they're so pumped up and how they're helping all these other people. But what I notice is there's a lot of smoke and mirrors out there. And I know what we have isn't smoke and mirrors, but the only way you could really prove that is showing these pay stubs. But the thing is, I always focus on the pay stubs of my agents, right? Where a lot of people, they're talking about their opportunity, and they're talking about, you know, this guy that's been doing this for so long is making all this money. If you work one day, you could make as much money as this guy. And my focus is on, like, this is the new agent who just got started, and this is what they made their first week, or this is what they made their first month. And my focus has always been on that, because that's what I think is important for people that want to get into a new business or do something new. It's where are they going to be at in the beginning, not where are they going to be at in 10 years. And I always keep the focus off of what I make, right? Because again, I don't think that's relevant for the new agent that's starting off. But recently I had this new agent, and I heard he was a real rock star. But for some reason, you know, he went to work and then he wasn't working with us. And I wanted to find out why. So I gave this agent a call, and I said, hey, listen, what's going on? You know, what are you doing? And they told me he was doing something else. He wasn't working with us at the time. He was doing something else. And I'm like, that's great. I was like, what kind of money you're making? And he told me he was doing good. He was happy with what he was making. He was pumped up. And I was like, okay, that's good. That's good. How long have you had your insurance license for? And it was a little bit over 2 years. And that worked out great, because I had my insurance license I'd had over 2 years myself. And I said, good, you know, and how much money did you make last week? And he told me, and he was pumped when he said, I think it was $2,000 or $3,000, that's a good week, right? Very talented individual, very driven. Like I said, I heard a lot of great stuff about him. I said, that's good. You know, you actually had your insurance license a little bit longer than me, but the difference is I deposited $21,000 last week. And he said, listen, you show me that you made $21,000 last week, and I'll come work with you. He's like, a lot of people tell me about all this money they make in this industry, but no one's ever willing to show me. I was like, well, check your phone. I just sent you a text message. I screenshot my phone. I opened up my little bank app, and I screenshot my phone, and I showed him a week where I deposited over $21,000 after only 2 years of being in a new business. He's, I'm going to put my 2-week notice in. I'm coming to work for you. Right? It's that simple. And that's what the focus is, right? So that's a great week. I'm pumped about it, right? 21,000 means a lot to me, right? Because you do 21,000 times 52 weeks, that's a 7-figure income, right? And that's my goal. I want to be a 7-figure income earner. But guess what? I didn't come out of the gate making money like this, right? And I'm going to kind of go over a little bit of my journey and how I got here, right? Because for me to be able to create that kind of income, my ability to help people had to increase, right? That's what your income's depending on, your ability to help people. And the more people you have to help, the more your income will increase. And I always wanted to be a business owner from day one. I actually used to watch DuckTales, and I watched Scrooge McDuck, and he used to climb through his money and stuff like that. It was my favorite cartoon. I watched it every day, and I'm like, man, look at this guy, dude. He has it made. He could swim in his money. He could have anything he wants. And you know, I didn't come from a lot. You know, I had a normal childhood. I wasn't wealthy, you know, wasn't rich. And I wanted what Scrooge McDuck had. You know, I didn't want to be mean like him, but I wanted what he had. And I knew, and I learned as a child, to have that, you have to be a business owner. So I've always been interested in business, and I always wanted to hustle and stuff like that. But the thing is, I had to learn to increase my ability to help people, like I said. And the best way I could really explain something is when we're a child. Or that teenager, right? We all know that teenager. I'm sure a lot of them could relate. Like, I know when I was a teenager, I thought I knew it all, right? I thought I knew this is what life looked like, and I had it figured out, right? And the thing is, as we become adults, we realized we really didn't have it figured out. We really didn't have it figured out. And the difference is we had to gain that experience to realize that. Well, it's the same thing with business. So when I come over to Senior Life Insurance Company as an agent, what I thought was figured out wasn't figured out, right? But the difference is, when I came to Senior Life Insurance Company, I was humble enough to know that I didn't figure it out, right? So my whole mantra was like, no, I'm not sure. Just tell me what I need to do. No, I don't know what to, even if I thought I knew what to do, that was my mantra, right? So again, how did I get there? So as a child, I always wanted to be a business owner. And my first business I opened up was a landscape business. I was in my 20s. A good friend of mine, he told me that he had a very successful landscape business, and he said he probably turned around and turned away enough work that he could open up another landscape business or feed a landscape business. So as soon as he said that, my ears rung, and I was like, listen, are you serious? Do you really feel like you have enough clients that you're turning down that you could open up your own business, another business? He said, yeah. I said, well, listen, if you're telling the truth, I'm gonna go buy all the equipment and I'm starting a landscape business, right? Because what I seen was a need. And I figured if I could fill that need, I could make some money, right? So I bought everything I needed and I had a landscape business, right? And he sent me some work and I hustled some work on my own, and I made a little bit of money, right? Eventually I ended up selling that business. And the next business I got into was a network marketing company, right? I tried some products. I really enjoyed these products with this network marketing company. I thought they were great products. And the difference there was I didn't have a line of people that wanted these products. So now I had to like find these clients, and I had to do these different things, right? Because I didn't have that need, right? So I made a little bit of money, but I didn't have the success I wanted. The next business I started was a flood remodeling business, right? So what happened there was Louisiana had a rainstorm that lasted, I think, over a week, and over 100,000 houses got flooded. So what did I see at that time? I seen a need. I seen a bunch of people ripping stuff out of their house that needed some help, right? So my ability to help those people was gonna create an income for me. So I started a business and I started doing flood remodels, right? And I did real well. I invoiced almost $1 million my first year in the business as a construction company, knowing very little about construction, but I hired the right people to get the job done. And eventually most of the houses got rebuilt, and you know, the need died out, right? So the next thing I did was I provided emergency power to Puerto Rico, right? Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. Again, a great need. This is a whole island that has no power at all, and they need the help, right? So I went over to Puerto Rico. I spent 7 months there and helped provide some emergency power to Puerto Rico. But again, eventually Puerto Rico got power, right? And I didn't have that need. So at this point in my life, I'm pretty happy. I'm making some pretty good money, and I'm learning something about business. I'm learning about, finding a need and filling the need, right? But the thing is I was doing disaster work, and the thing with disaster work is the need's there and then it disappears, right? And there's a lot of disasters, so I had no problem. They were kept on happening in different parts of the country, and I love traveling, so I had no problem traveling to them. But the thing is, once I figure out the system, the disaster's gone. There's nothing I can do, right? So I was only able to create a certain amount of income a month, right? I couldn't ever scale past that. Well, I wanted to find a business that once I figured out the system, I can continue to scale, right? And I've always heard insurance was good. And actually a friend of mine talked about Doug Blake, said Doug Blake was very interested in this insurance, very, very successful in the insurance business because they had these new apps and they're cutting edge and they're just doing some stuff that other companies weren't doing. And I was always someone that was going to look at an opportunity. No matter what I was doing, I feel like as an entrepreneur, my job is to look at other opportunities. Whether or not I work with a person, that's irrelevant, but I always have to know what's out there and be open-minded, right? That's what an entrepreneur is in my opinion. So I spoke with Doug a little bit and he sent me some information and I looked at it. And this was actually a little bit before I went to Puerto Rico, and then Puerto Rico happened. And that was a way for me to make a lot of money really fast. I knew it. So I went over to Puerto Rico. And then meanwhile, while I was in Puerto Rico, I was really looking at this opportunity with Senior Life Insurance Company. And what I seen was a chance to build a business, right? Where I think some people look at it, oh, well, that's selling insurance, you're an insurance agent. I seen a chance to really build a lifestyle, because that's what it comes down to, right? I want to have a lifestyle. And what vehicle is going to get me to the lifestyle that I want, the lifestyle that I feel like deserve, like the lifestyle that I dreamed out when I was a child, right? I think a lot of us might have had those Lamborghini posters on the wall and those Ferrari posters on the wall, but at some point, life smacked you in the face and you thought, oh, those are just child dreams, right? Yet we see people drive around with Lamborghinis, right? We see people drive around with Ferraris and we see these mansions. So what happened to them, right? They didn't stop. They kept those childhood dreams alive and they kept on working until they reached them, right? So why can't I do that? So now I'm looking at this opportunity with Senior Life Insurance Company. I was like, man, this is something that I can do. But there's two questions I had, right? So I learned a lot from business. What did I learn? I learned that I needed a need. And I knew that there were some insurance opportunities without a lead program, and I wasn't interested in getting in that. Because you can have the best product in the world, but if you don't have people interested in that product, it's very limited. It's a limited opportunity. So I needed to find a great product that people actually wanted, right? And that was through the form of a lead program. So I had two questions to Doug. I said, listen, the first one is, can you really make 6 figures your first 12 months in the business? Because at that time I had a 6-figure income. I knew switching careers, starting a new business, at first I wasn't gonna make the kind of money I was accustomed to. Right, I was realistic about that. There's no way that I'm going to start a brand new business, not know what I'm doing, and still be able to create the kind of income of something that I was actually proficient and really good at, right? The second question is, how many leads do you have? I'm going to want all the leads. Do you have all the leads? That was the thing. I need to have the leads, right? Because I knew nothing about insurance. I definitely didn't know how to do a presentation. But I knew there was a way to learn, and that's the leads. The leads are the education. That is how I learned how to sell insurance, by talking to people who are interested in insurance. Whether or not they want to buy from me, I was getting my education. Just like people go to school for 4 years to get their education, to get a degree, a lot of them don't know what they want to do with that degree. Right? So my thing was, listen, I don't care if I'm making money in the beginning as long as I have enough people to talk to, and I'm going to talk to everyone, and I'm going to start as soon as I can start. I'm going to go as late as I can, because I want to get my 4-year degree in 6 weeks, right? That was my mantra, right? And I can't do that part-time, and I can't do that working 3 days a week, and I can't do that cutting off at 5, right? I had to do that by putting maximum effort into it. So Doug assured me that I would never have an issue getting leads. I think I asked him the same question 4 or 5 times, and I worded it different ways to try to trip him up in case he wasn't being honest with me. And Doug stuck with the same answer. No, you'll never have a problem getting leads, okay? And do the people make 6 figures their first 12 months in the business? If you follow our system, you will make 6 figures your first 12 months, but it might not look like it at first. It's okay, fair enough. You know, let's go for it. And I got my insurance license. I got my insurance license April 30th, a little over 2 years ago. Wrote my first app in May. Now, my goal from day one was to be an insurance agency, right? I wanted to be a business owner. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I never looked at myself as an insurance agent. I was the price group even when I was one agent, right? Just like if you want to open up a nail salon, until you start hiring some employees, like you're a one-man business, right? So just because I didn't have agents doesn't mean I wasn't an agency, right? I was an agency. I just haven't hired the right people yet. So what did I do? I got leads. Doug, I'm going to need some leads. Doug gave me 50 leads that were 2 to 5 years old. He said, here, learn with these. So, okay. I sold my first app my first day out. It was a 5-year-old lead. The lady acted like she was waiting for me for 5 years. I was stuttering. I didn't know what I was doing. I was nervous. And let me back up a little bit before that. The first door I knocked on, I hoped they didn't answer the door. That's how nervous I was. And I kept that story to myself for a long time until I heard Doug tell the same exact story, right? We're all nervous when we start, right? We all don't know what's going to happen. But what happens? Either one, we quit before we get successful, right? Just like someone who wants to go to school for 4 years to get a degree but quits after the first year, so they never actually get the degree. Or we continue to go through it until we learn. Just like everything, just like riding a bicycle. The same way we learn to walk. Imagine if you're a baby and you just decided at some point, you know what, walking's not for me. This is very difficult. I keep getting up and I keep falling down, and this walking thing's not working for me, right? We would all continue, we would all be crawling around. But as a child, again, we have something different as a child. As a child, we have that, I'm gonna get this done no matter what it takes. Right, and you see the baby get up and they're all wobbly and stuff like that. But eventually, you know, look, we're all walking. Every single person here pretty much walked here today, man. So that's awesome. So I went out, and I think it was 2 days later. I was like, Doug, I knocked on all these 50 doors. I tried to talk to as many people. I talked to the neighbors, but I think I need more leads. He's like, good, get some more leads. And that was it. You know, I just kept on getting leads. I kept on following the system. Did I make the kind of money that I was accustomed to making? No. Was it hard work? Yes. Did I wish I was making money faster than it actually took? Absolutely. My first year with Senior Life Insurance Company, I wrote my first app in May. So my first 6 months, I believe I made about $30,000, right? That was way lower than what I was used to making. And at a certain point, I hit a turning point in my life, right? So Hurricane Michael came. Again, I'm really good at making money when hurricanes happen, right? So Hurricane Michael came. I wasn't having the success that I wanted, and I knew it was a chance for me to make some money really fast. I got called up from a company to help provide some emergency power for some cell phone companies, some contract work, and I usually make about $10,000 a week when I do that. I was like, okay, I definitely need to do that. And I went out and I worked Hurricane Michael, and it lasted 3 weeks. And man, Hurricane Michael just messed up the peninsula, and all I seen was people needing help and being able to make a lot of money. And then I seen this insurance thing that I wasn't really making the money yet. And I was like, man, I know I could probably work in the Panhandle for 2 years and make hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I've been down that road, right? That was the road I was trying to get away from. The insurance thing is what I really wanted to do, right? So I had to really think to myself, and one, did I really give this insurance thing a shot? Yes, I followed the system to a T, but it hasn't even been a year yet. How can I say I gave anything a shot if I haven't even done it for a year, right? So I don't think that was fair to myself. And another thing is, like I said, I knew where that road was going to go with the insurance, with the disaster work. And 3, even if I did that for a couple of years, would Doug even accept me back to come work with him after I left for 2 years, right? So those are the things that went through my head. So what did I do? I decided to get relentlessly focused. Stop looking at other ways to make money. If you want to take the island, you got to burn the boat. So that's what I did. I burned the boat. I stopped looking at every other avenue to make money. I put my blinders on. I got motivated. I got pumped up, and I went to work, and I said, listen, I'm going to learn how to sell insurance. Then I'm going to learn how to teach other people how to sell insurance. And I'm going to build an agency, and I'm going to be very successful. I just don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to happen. My second year in the business, I made over $200,000. Well, that's my first calendar year. I made over $200,000, right? Why did that happen? Because I got relentlessly focused. I followed the system even when things didn't make sense. I continued to go to work, right? If I stopped before January, right after my first 6 months, I would have had no idea of the success that I could have had in this business. And that story that I tell, I hear it over and over and over again with the other people that are having a lot of success in this business. It's the same story, just different people, right? So as I hire all these agents, they have an opportunity to have that same story, but unfortunately, the majority of them quit before they had the opportunity to have that story, right? And it's sad. It really is, because Senior Life Insurance Company at any given time has thousands of people that inquired about our products, right? So let's forget about insurance. I don't care what you're selling or what your service is. If you're able to plug into something that links you up with over 1,000 inquiries of that product or service, you're going to be successful. Other details don't matter. But now let's take it a couple steps further. What if you had a superior product? What if you're competitively priced? What if Senior Life Insurance Company was willing to finance your entire business? I literally built a multi-million-dollar agency without investing any money, right? So if you're an entrepreneur and you want to build a business, how does it get better than that? I can't think of anything better. My construction company, I had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars out of my pocket on materials and hoping things were going to work out, and hoping when I finished these houses that these customers were going to pay these invoices, right? There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things going on. And if you look at every successful business and you look at what they went through the first few years, they struggled, right? The struggle is part of that. But again, that gives you your education. It teaches you how to increase your ability to help other people, right? So in the beginning, I was selling policies, right? So my ability was to help one person at a time, right? Then I started offering opportunities to other people that needed to create an income. So now I'm really changing lives. As I start doing that, again, my income increased. So this is my second calendar year in the business. We're halfway there, and I'm on pace to more than double my income from my first calendar year in the business. Why? What am I doing different? It's the system. It's that simple. I followed the system, and then I had the ability to teach other people how to follow the system as well. It's really that simple. You know, Senior Life Insurance Company is, to me, this is like working with Amazon when they were just selling books, you know, or when Steve Jobs was talking about how big the personal computer was going to be. Like, that's where we're at right now. And I know that, and that's why every day I put in max effort, because I feel like I am going to take advantage of this opportunity. This is a chance to change my family tree and help other people also change their family tree. But it's not without work, right? It's not without sacrifice. It's not without focus, right? We are all really good at coming up with excuses. I'm guilty of that myself. Like, oh yeah, I will start tomorrow, but for today, let me get my laundry done. Right? I could come up with 1,000 reasons of not to do anything, do something, right? But what I learned was to come up with excuses of why I should get stuff done, come up with excuses of why I deserve this, come up with excuses of why I should live the life that I want to live. Within these last 2 years, my life has changed drastically. I'm building my own house right now. I was scheduled to go to Costa Rica, but COVID slowed that down. You know, I'm shopping for an exotic car. My life has changed drastically because of this opportunity. And I spend all day on the phone with insurance agents that worked at other companies. And I interview them all day long. And when I hear how much their opportunity is limited, or what they have to go through, or what they need to do to get paid, or what their company doesn't do for them that Senior Life does for them, I know that I'm in the right spot, you know, that I'm working with the right people, that I'm locked arms in the right people. And, you know, we're going to talk about the 90-day game plan. And I think that if everyone plugs in on this 90-day game plan that Doug's going to go over with you, and locks arms and gives yourself a chance, right? You might not see the results that you want right away, but you're going to learn a craft that's going to teach you how to create an income that could change your life and your family's life forever. So I leave here with one real question. 2 questions, actually. Have you given yourself a chance yet to be successful? And are you willing to do what it takes to give yourself a chance? That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Price. Give it up for David again. If you're at home checking out the stream, you just go ahead and clap at your desk, or like holding your phone, maybe put it in your lap and start clapping or something like that. But David's an amazing person, and that is definitely an amazing story. One thing we do want to talk about, now that we have the opportunity, what the marketing department can do for you, and how you can take advantage of the things that we offer. So first off, as you probably already know, I'm Thomas Roach, Director of Marketing with Senior Life Insurance Company. I've been with the company for a little over 12 years now, and I've seen it completely explode based on the sales force that we've managed to bring on board. What you need to do is take advantage of what we can do for you. You've watched this entire event so far. This was all produced and spearheaded by Kent Mallett, who we're going to hear from in a second. If you've ever been to an event with the company, that also is partially produced by Kent, and he spearheads a lot of that as well. If you've ever seen the YouTube videos, if you've ever seen our Facebook page, if you've ever seen any of our social media, any of the things that we offer, then definitely take advantage. Things that we can do to help you. If you're new to social media, a lot of people aren't, you know, well acclimated in it, and we're able to help you come up with the strategies so you can best utilize that. And Kent is actually going to talk about that even more here in a second. Also, if you're the type that wants to do direct mail, we can help you design that, put that together. If you just need a flyer for your Facebook page, we can design that and put it together. In the building, who's been helping us monitor the show, Paige Mitchum is actually a web designer, and she's made probably about 25 to 30 websites for agents this year alone, as well as if you've been to seniorlifeinsurancecompany.com, she designed that, and our new store site, she designed that as well, and that's just a few of the things that Paige has helped us do. But you as an agent, if you're trying to get your own website, we can get something to you very, very fast. It's very professional, very clean, and just amazing. They can help you grow your business. Now, you might not know where to start. When it comes to wanting to recruit, when it comes to wanting to use the marketing department, your first step, of course, is to talk to your upline. That you're going to talk to your David Prices, to your Doug Blakes, anybody who's the manager that brought you on, to make sure that time when you're ready to grow, that it's the absolute right time for you, and you can better use us so we can help you. So that's always what I encourage. Always talk to your upline. Always get a strategy, because you don't want to go in there blind, because it might be new territory for you. Always talk to somebody who's been here for a while and ask them what we've done for them. Personalized brochures, pieces, designs, anything that you need, we've been able to do it all in-house. You've seen a lot of our YouTube content. David Price has taken full advantage of that recently, and then that actually caused a lot of other people to be inspired to want to get their own YouTube videos. We have our own videographers that are actually manning our cameras right now. Shouts out to Tashana and Jeremy, who helped us a great deal with this event today. So whatever you need, whatever your heart desires, we are able to do that. And to explain a little bit further, we have two people that I am extremely, extremely proud of. One person is just a complete personal friend of mine, and I remember that she worked in the home office, and then she actually was an agent for a short period, and event planning was something that was really on her heart and in her blood, and something that she was actually doing before she became an agent, but the opportunity to see her life wasn't quite there just yet, and then it actually wound up happening, and I was the person, I'm taking full credit, that put that bug in Ron and Robert's ear and brought her, and they were so excited, they were so happy to bring her back. This next gentleman, if you think the marketing department at this company is amazing, I'm really just the good-looking face in front of it. This is the guy that actually makes it work. I was able to only get it so far, and then whenever he came on board, almost 4 years ago, I believe, when he came on board, it went from going just fast to just light speed. This person right here, I can't say enough good things about, and we are definitely kind of a yin and yang relationship because we are completely different, but he is the reason why we have such an amazing department. It is not me. So ladies and gentlemen, if you could please help me as we listen to some just amazing things from these amazing people. We have Aileen Griffin and we have Kent Mallett.
Hey, good afternoon. It's first time on camera. It's awesome. So yeah, I'm Kent Mallett, Director of Digital Marketing. That's a new title for me. Right now I'm focusing mainly on getting as many recruiting candidates as possible to y'all. So we have many different platforms that we're using right now to get candidates. We're using Google, Facebook, YouTube, ZipRecruiter, and we can get a ton of candidates. The pressure is just on y'all to call as many people as possible. So if you feel like you're ready to start recruiting or you're already recruiting and you need more people to talk to, just give your upline a call or and then give me a call and we'll get you set up and get you as many people as possible to talk to. Aileen?
So what kind of goes hand in hand with that is once you've got your recruits, you may want to put on an event like we've done today. Previously we really like to do in-person events, but with everything going on and just the state of affairs right now, we're trying something different. First impressions for me, I think it's gone great today. We use the resources we have, this amazing team that we have, and we've pulled it off, I feel. So definitely something that you may want to think about. If you want to hold a recruiting meeting or a team meeting, go virtual right now. That might be a way to go. Long-term, looking into the future, obviously as a planner, it is my hope that we'll be able to get back face-to-face eventually. That is just, being able to see people and interact and just really, love on each other. That's really what kind of drives the whole thing home for me. But in the meantime, the virtual thing kind of is the way to go. If you are ready to put together an in-person event, let me help you out with that. I can help with scouting locations, sorting out a lot of the details, maybe some of the things that you wouldn't think about that are important, like parking. I mean, there's just certain elements of these meetings that that are really high on the priority list that you may not be thinking about, and that's what I'm here for. So definitely use us to your advantage when you're ready. Like Thomas said, always make sure that you're at that right point in your path, in your journey, so to speak, along the way that it's that time, and we'll be more than happy to help you out with that. So what we're going to do now is toss it back to Thomas and let him kind of wrap it up a little bit.
Also, we need to talk a little bit more about some of the recruiting packages. Okay. So you can start off with ZipRecruiter. You can have 5 posts for $40. You can do 15 posts for $115 a week. And if you need any more of that, just talk to David or Doug, and they can help you get set up. All right, and now back to Thomas, and he'll help us out.
Now back to Thomas.
That was adorable. That was like the first time Kent's had a mic at an event before. Like I said, he and I are a little different. You know, I'm a little bit more in the foreground. He's definitely in the background, but he is one of the people that definitely makes this thing tick. Shouts out to my sister Aileen for, just on a personal note, all that she does for me, but just putting these events together for the company. She does an incredible job. And this whole event, of course, was Doug's idea. And then Kent helped put it together. Aileen helped organize it. And it's been a lot of fun so far today. There's been so many things, so many great things, and it's just been really awesome. But at the end of the day, where do you want to start? You want to talk to your upline. And then what you want to do is you want to contact myself or Kent or Aileen. And let's face it, not everybody is ready to just hire just tons and tons of people. Some people baby steps. Some people want to do it this way. Some people want to do it that way. So we just really try to come up with techniques and ideas that best fit you and that can best help you. That's what our mission is. That's what we try to do, and that's what we're here for. So definitely utilize us, because that is why we're here. So to keep it moving, we've talked about, a lot of things, the whens, the wheres, the who's, but we haven't talked as much about the how. And we're going to give it back to Doug Blake, and he's going to go over a really great piece called the 90-Day Game Plan. Robert Shiver helped spearhead that piece, and that's why there are football players on the cover of it, and that's why it's the 90-Day Game Plan, because we had to make sure that we mention sports whenever Robert helps us. So somebody's going to walk you through once again, help you out, help you figure out what the next 90 days should look for you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my brother, Mr. Doug Blake.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Thomas. On your guys' screen, you guys should see this 90-day game plan, right, Ken? Okay, perfect. So, it was kind of funny how we called
it at its core, if I had to pin it on one word, it's called growth.
been in the making. I don't think we've ever really utilized this the way that it was intended to originally. And I was talking to Bruno just a little bit just yesterday, and I think we both feel that this is more than just a game plan. This needs to be a commitment over the commitment. And what I can promise you is that if you follow this to a T, you will be in a totally different place financially, mentally, and just everything about your business will be right. So on this page number 2 here, it talks about what's a 90-day game plan. It's a tool, right? This is a car. This is a vehicle. It doesn't work if you don't drive it, if you don't get behind the wheel, if you don't utilize it, if you don't use it, okay? An opportunity for you to plan your performance goals, track your way along, and follow a very easy and simple recipe. So step 1, we got to set goals. We got to have goals, guys. It's impossible to hit a target if you don't know what you're aiming at, if you don't know what you're shooting at, right? So you got to have goals. Write them down. Our last Fired Up Friday meeting virtually that we did last Friday or 2 Fridays ago, I forget what it was, we spoke about writing goals down daily, every morning, and in the evening time. Are we good? Okay, good. So writing those goals down every single day as a force of a habit. And what's really neat is you'll find yourself and your goals changing over time, actually probably getting bigger, So we got to write down goals. We work our proven system. We're going to talk about that to reach our goals. And then we communicate with our upline to make sure that we achieve our goals. Now, these are always great percentages to look at, guys. And I never really knew the exact amount, but written goals down, they say 43% of the time you'll accomplish your goals. If you write them down and then you put out action commitments to achieve those goals, you'll achieve them 64% of the time. And then if you do those two things and then attack it with weekly progress and maybe even an accountability partner, 76% of the time you're going to achieve those goals. That's high percentages. You know, Jen and Bianca earlier talked a little bit about them kind of holding themselves accountable, you know, and stuff like that. And it works if you have a plan of action, but also someone that can hold you accountable to it. You know, your management, your upline. That's one of the reasons we're here, is to help support you. Communicate with us. Let us know what your goals are. Allow us to hold you accountable to them. You know, don't get mad if we call you out on your lack of effort. You know, we got to be an open book with each other. You know, it's that person in the mirror. It might not always get to see what we, you know, what we want to be, but it actually shows you exactly who you are. We got to be transparent with each other. We got a lot of tools, guys. We have Leads the Way. We run nationwide TV commercial, ads on Facebook, you know, direct mail pieces. You guys, you could be talking to people instantly. David was talking about the thousands of people that we have access to. Guys, they're there. They want insurance. How do they know? They called us up and told us. And you can talk to as many people as you want. Take advantage of that. Then we have Slice. Guys, Slice is the easiest thing since sliced bread, literally, right? You open up this app, this little iPad, this program, and now it's even web-based version if you're doing telesales. You know, it qualifies the customer for you. I don't have to teach you anything about underwriting. I hardly even have to tell you any product knowledge because it tells you exactly what to say. You don't know how to have to calculate a rate. I know Dave just recruited this. I think when he recruited Bianca, this is how he recruited Bianca. He handed her the iPad, said, write a policy on yourself, and he says, that's all it is. But he didn't teach her anything. Like, that was it. I mean, it's that simple. So all you got to do is take the people that called off the TV commercials and that little iPad and go out there and make it happen. That's all you got to do. It's that simple. So here's our system, guys. Okay, here's our system. And you need to focus on field or phone over this next 90-day commitment period. Field or phone. Don't do both. Pick one. If you're going to sell on the phone, sell on the phone. And here's what I mean by sell on the phone. If you're going to sell on the phone and your neighbor calls you up to sign a document, you do not go to their house. You do it on the phone. If you're going to sell in the field, you don't pick up the phone. Pick one or the other, okay? Success is a mindset. Get ready to win. Work 20 leads every single week at minimum. This is a minimum, 20 leads a week. We got to knock on our first door, guys. We got to be on our first call every single day by 9 a.m. Not 9:30 or 9:15. 9 a.m. means 9 a.m. You know, if Senior Life told you that you got to be at your desk at 9 a.m., are you just waking up at 9 a.m., Thomas, or are you going to be at your desk at 9 a.m.? Are you driving in your car on the way to work at 9 a.m., or are you at your desk at 9 a.m.? He's here at 8:45. You know, 9 a.m. means 9 a.m., guys. And if your first lead is a little bit of a distance away from your home, then make time for that. 9 a.m. means 9 a.m., and it's very important, especially as you get into the winter months when the sunlight gets a little bit tight, you know? 9 a.m. is very important. 15 presentations every single week. That's our focus, guys. 15. Okay, that's, again, these are minimums. If you're selling on the phone, you want to be focused on the same thing, and that usually equates to 4 to 5 hours of talk time. And what talk time means is you're connected, you're talking with people 4 to 5 hours every day. Okay? And you got to measure those scales to see, like David said, are you giving yourself a chance to be successful? Are we putting in the work? A presentation is not, hey, Ms. Jones, how are you doing today? Oh, how much is it going to cost me? It's going to cost you $45 for $10,000. Thank you very much. I'm going to look somewhere else. That's not a presentation. You know, a presentation is following Slice from start to finish and getting to that application process with getting a minimum of 5 no's or 1 yes. You got to follow it through. We're not quote people, okay? We go out there and we help folks, and we got to do that 15 times at minimum every single week. We got to have a goal to spending time recruiting people that want to have an opportunity and, of course, fit you. You know, I learned a long time ago from a previous mentor of mine says, Doug, never hire someone that you wouldn't have over your house for dinner. And at first, I didn't really get it. I'm like, well, I really got to have people at my house for dinner? Like, I guess, yeah, I guess so, right? Because I don't know. And what he meant was you got to hire good people. You know, they're going out there, they're representing this company. They're out there with your mom, with your grandmother, with your father, with your aunt, with your uncle. They're at their house representing us. We got to look for good people. Don't just hire people because you want to hire people. You know, we got to hire good quality people that have ethics, that have morals, you know, and they want to change their lives. Okay? So here's how here's how Ron applied it, and here's what I did when I came to work at Senior Life. You know, the easiest way to be successful is to find somebody that already is and do exactly what they do, right? Okay, so here's what Ron did, here's what I did, and here's what everybody else did right up behind Ron. Here's what you need to do in order to be successful in the next 90 days. Monday through Wednesday, you got to focus on personal production. Knock doors, make calls, work as many leads as possible from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, it's that simple. Now, if you're just getting 20 leads a week and you're writing X amount of policies, what would you do if you had 40 or maybe 50 or maybe 60? Or maybe you can beat Bianca's record and get 200 leads and beat her record, right? Leads yield you a certain amount of results. And you need to get yourself to a point, right, where, you know, the percentages are there. So now if I can write, like literally, you should be able to write as much production as you want any one week. So if I sell 3 out of 10 leads and I need to sell 6 policies this week, how many leads I got to get? I got to get 20. If I want to sell 12, it's just a mathematical equation. The only variable is you putting in the work, right? So we got to focus on the production. We got to set that goal. And if you want to build and grow a team, again, earlier we said that you got to set side aside to recruit. But right now, personal production is the secret. That's what pays the bills. Okay, without it, you're not making any income. So we got to get that part out as quickly as possible during the week. Okay? So say if that's goal is $5,000. If you can figure out a way to write $5,000 by the end of business Monday, good. You hit your goal, you're done. The rest of the week, you're focused on growing and building your business. So the quicker that you can get your personal production in and done, the quicker you can start working on building and growing your business. Okay? If it takes you through Sunday, meaning you start Monday and you don't get that $5,000 of production written and it takes you all the way through Sunday, and that week you didn't have any time to recruit or work on building your business, and that's what that means. Personal production at this stage for most of you is critical, okay? And we got to set that goal. So set that goal to where you need it to be to pay your bills and do what you got to do, okay? And if you can manage to get that personal production done by Wednesday, we want to pack a week's worth of work in 3 days. You know, so why 3 days, Doug? How did this happen? Well, Ron and Dale and Mike and Russ and Mitch and all these guys that started this company back in the day drove to all these different places of the country, and they had to get work done so they get home to their families because they spent the night in motels, right? That's literally how it started, okay? So they could be home to be with their families. Monday through Wednesday, we do that. Thursday, okay, this is my first day of building my business. So what do I do Thursday? If I'm in a position to help somebody, I'm helping somebody on my team. If I'm in a position where I need some help, I'm reaching up. I'm not reaching down. I'm reaching up to my managers, right? I made this analogy at a conference a couple ago, which I said, never take swimming advice from drowning people. You know, and Ron Powell is Michael Phelps. You know, that's who I want to take advice from. I don't want to take advice from some Joe Blow complaining agent that's not have 2 pennies to rub together. I want to take Ron Powell's advice. This is his advice right here, right? So if Thursday, if I'm in a position to help an agent, I'm helping an agent. I'm looking on my team and I'm trying to figure out, okay, who can I help? Who's struggling this week? And I'm going to get in a car with them. I'm going to sit down with them. I'm going to help them close some business. I'm going to work with them. Because initially, you were probably also in that position at some point where you needed to reach up and get some help. And that's what we do on Thursdays as managers. Okay? Friday and Saturday is set aside to recruit new talent. Okay? This opportunity, as we all know, has changed the lives of so many people, and we heard from a lot of them today. Okay? And it has changed the lives of so many others that are not here today. Okay? This is a life-changing opportunity, but what's so neat is there's no experience required at all, and this opportunity is not prejudice. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you're willing to put the time in, and you're willing to work hard, if you're willing to remain coachable, if you're willing to follow this proven system right here, you will be successful. And Kent does a great job of getting us traffic on recruit. I think in the last 2 days, just from my personal ZipRecruiter postings, I think I had 400 candidates. In 2 days, 400 people that want a job. And we have it for them, and they need no experience at all. So my job's easy. I got plenty of people to talk to. right? Sunday, we rest. Monday, we're doing it all over again. But here's the trick on Monday. If you're still out in the field and still personally producing, if you're still selling on the phone, guess who's with you Monday? The lowest producer from last week. Whomever's on your team and the lowest producer is with you Monday. You know, I always ask all the managers and stuff like this, like, you know, guys, who's the best agent on your team? And they always, of course, start naming names and naming names. I said, no, you're not understanding. Who's the best agent on your team? You're missing somebody. They're like, oh my God, who am I missing? I already named who wrote the most production last week and last month or whatever. I said, no, the best agent is you. You're the best agent on your team. Because I know if I had 1,000 Dougs, okay, this stage would be a lot bigger for me, right? If you had 1,000 Thomases in your department, you think your job would be a little bit easier, Thomas? You know, Jen, if you had 1,000 Jens, and Joanne, if you had 1,000 Joannes, I mean, like, guys, you understand that. So our job is to duplicate ourselves. So if I see someone that's struggling, I need to get them to be like me. So I'm going to have them with me. And maybe they got to stay with me Tuesday, or maybe someone different. Literally, there should be somebody, guys, in your car with you every single day. And maybe it's a recruit. You know, dude, let me show you what I do every day. Why not? Eventually, you're going to have to show it to them anyway. And if they don't like it, good. Let's get that out of the way early before I waste my time really pouring a lot of effort and time into you, you know? So again, just to recap that, guys. Monday through Wednesday, focus on personal production. Sun up till sundown, we're doing like Charlie Speller says. We're making it do what a doggone do, right? I had to fit that in there somehow. I didn't know how, but I just knew I had to give Charlie a shout out. So Monday through Wednesday, personal production. We're setting our goal, and we're trying to reach that goal as quickly as possible. The sooner the better, because the sooner I can work on building my business. Thursday, we're helping an agent, or if you need help, you're reaching up. Okay, Friday and Saturday, we're recruiting. We're building our team. Okay, Sunday, we're resting, and Monday, we're doing it all over again. But we're always going to have someone in the car with us, next to us. And even if you're recruiting, guys, you know, let's just say if someone didn't recruit that many people last week, why not have them with you? Again, our goal, right, is to duplicate ourselves. We need more of us, right? And the more people that we have plugged into the system, the more successful that we're all going to be, okay? And again, the rest of this book just kind of goes on, talks a little bit about our leads. Again, a numbers game. You know, I love the analogy that Ron always used. You know, we're in South Georgia, so we got to talk about farming. If you can, you know, produce a certain amount of crop with 1 acre, how much with 5, 10, 15, 20, or 100 acres? And that's our lead program, you know? And you can't be scared to work as many leads as possible. They're there, they're calling. There's literally a virtual line down the block of people that want to talk to us. Next, take a number, please. Come on in, let's talk. Like, that's our job. That's all we got to do, guys, you know? And then, oh my God, you can add tools like legacy assurance into the fold. You know, Dave was talking a little bit about that we have a superior product. Legacy is one thing that really makes our products a lot more superior, and having access to that. It's an amazing, amazing thing right there. It makes our job easier, you know? Talks about here 3 things that you need to succeed. 1, become successful selling the product. 2, become a walking billboard. And then we talk about the 10-10-10 plan. 10 hours a day, 10,000 minimum in AP per month, and then 10 people doing the exact same thing. And that's how you create and grow your business. And then just kind of goes on to win forever and some accountability goals, and all throughout the weeks where you literally turn these sheets into your manager or whomever is your accountability partner, you know? And one thing that you can see, guys, there's 15 or 20 pages in it. It's not complicated. You know, if it was complicated, I would not be standing here. It's one of the most simplest processes that I've ever seen in my life. It's so duplicatable. We could talk to as many people as we got to talk to, but really at the end of the day, you just got to drive that car. We got to put one foot in front of the other. We got to commit for at least 90 days. You know, just like Dave said when he was talking earlier, it didn't always look that pretty in the beginning. It takes time to develop those muscles. You go to the gym, what happens in the beginning, like Robert was saying? You get sore. You're not feeling right. My legs hurt. I can't get out of bed. Why am I going to the gym? But eventually that soreness goes away because your muscles are recovering. They're learning. And that's all this is about right here, guys. The next 90 days will change your lives if you let it and you let us help you. That's all I got for you guys. Back to you, Thomas. Senior Life Services or Senior Life Studios.
You got it. You got it. Shouts out to my brother Doug. Shouts out to everybody that's come to visit today. It's been an amazing day. Thank you, Doug, so much. Yeah, you're off. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your time with us and sharing your story with everybody in your downline and everybody here. It's just been a great day. First and foremost, if you're ready to grow, talk to your upline. Make sure you're following the 90-day game plan and make sure that you're following your leader. After you talk to them and you're ready to grow, then you contact us and we'll help you do that. I don't know how you couldn't have been inspired after today. It's just been completely amazing. Jen, Bianca, Joanne, Kiki, David, like everybody from the marketing team that's helped us. Sarah over here, who's been kind of in the corner in the background. This is like her second week with Senior Life, so she really got to see firsthand what it's all about. But just everybody that's come out today, everybody that's been texting me all day, everybody in the comment section, everything that's been going on, it's been really awesome. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up today, and we're gonna have a goodbye message from Doug and from everybody in the Doug Blake group, and to everybody that's checked us out today. Thank you so much. To my team, thank you so much. Aileen and all her hard work. Everybody that's been here today, it's just been amazing. It's a Senior Life family, and you guys about ready?
Yeah.
So like we always say, whenever we close everything out, it's Senior Life.
All your life. Woo!